Morning.
Hola, Angie.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Tony for audio check.
Morning, Tony.
Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. We are ready to start the meeting. Today, we're going to have the participation of multiple presentations and a very important discussion. It's important for everybody to follow the code of conduct that is stated
Marcos.
on the screen. Yes.
Marcos, just give 5 more minutes. We're missing council members.
Okay, we can wait for 5 more minutes. Thank you, Miguel. Good morning, Miguel. Can you confirm? I checked the list. I don't see DNR representative, but the rest of the council members are present.
Damaris forgot about the meeting, but she's trying to get now. I sent her the link.
Okay, thank you.
So she'll be joining us in a few seconds.
Let me know, okay, to start.
Okay.
Marcos, excuse me. Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask? Can I ask the person that's on the iPhone 340-2012 to identify? Hello.
That's me. This
I
is
think that might
Tony.
be Tony, yes.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
Marcos, go ahead and start. Damaris is trying to connect. So she will join us when she will join us.
Okay, can Miguel, she just sent me a text to resend the link to her. Can you please do it again?
I did that already and told her to go to the web page.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is 9:09 a.m. We are ready to start the meeting. This is the 175 CFMC virtual meeting. And this is today is August 11, 2021. And the first part will be the new oath for the new members, appointed
The
members.
first thing is to
And we're going to pass first on the call, opening the meeting, and who's gonna help me out?
Marcos, the roll call, the oath is done by the regional office. And Dr. Andy Strachek already sent the documents to Carlos Archete and Vanessa Ramirez. They have to read it for the record.
Yes, let's do that. I was a little confused how it was going to be. Thank you. Let's start with Vanessa.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I, Vanessa Ramirez Perez, as a duly appointed member of the Regional Fishery Management Council, established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resource of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the Council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve the knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resource, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests, and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Carlos Pacheco.
Yeah, I'm looking for my file. I guess I just can't say ditto, but let me try and bring it up and I'll read it off when I get a chance. I'm looking for the email with the letter in it. So give me a minute. I'll let you know when I have it and I'll read it off.
Okay.
Carlos, Marcos, maybe we can go to the roll call while he waits for to get the
Yes,
story document.
let's do the roll call. Christina, you're gonna be the one helping me, or the high?
Yeah, is gonna read it for the record.
Okay, starting roll call with myself, Lehigh Rivera, Cristina Olan, Graciela Garcia Moliner, Miguel Rolón, Luis Borset, Andy Strelchek, Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Angie Rizarri, Carlos Farcheri, Damaris Delgado, Diana Martino, Edgardo Agosto, Edward Schuster, Julian McGrath, Jack McGovern, Jesus Rivera, Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, Josea Rivera, Kevin McCarthy, Lauren Remsberg, Manny Antonaras, Marcos Hanke, María López Mercer, Matt Walia, Mabel Maldonado, Michelle Shatter, Miguel Borges, Nelson Crespo, Nicole Angeli, Nicole Griot, Orion Sadiq, Refik Orun, Rich Appledorn, Robert Copeland, Sarah Stephenson, Tony Blanchard, Vanessa Ramirez, Virginia Sherbet, y Wilson Santiago.
Thank you very much, Lehigh. Anybody missed on that first roll call? Anybody else that just arrived? Hearing none, we keep going. Carlos, do you have your document? Carlos?
Yeah. Hello, I'm here. I got it. As trustee of the nation's fishery resources. Oh, forget that. I, Carlos Farcheri, as duly appointed member of the Regional Fishery Management Council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private and regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Thank you, Carlos. And Strelchek, good morning.
Marcos,
Good morning, Marcos.
if I may-
Yeah,
no,
just briefly,
we-
Miguel, if I can speak and then turn it back to you. So I wanted to thank Carlos and Vanessa. They obviously read the oath of office for participation on the council and the fishery management process, and want to thank them for their willingness and interest to continue serving on the council, and look forward to their continued service and work as we tackle many challenging issues in the Caribbean. So thank you for your service.
Marcos. Hello?
Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay, two things. One, we would like to have a minute of silence before of the agenda after election of officers. And also, we would like to welcome Andy Strachek. He has been appointed as regional administrator starting the 15th of this month. And Andy has been a friend of the Caribbean for many, many years in many positions. So we're really, I believe personally that they have selected the best person for the job. So welcome as now the regional administrator of the National Fisheries Service region.
Thank you,
And then
Miguel.
yeah, and then election of officer. Last year, I sent you an email about the record that you said last year. You said that you were going to rotate. Now that the island-based FMPs have been approved September last year, and they will be implemented this year. In addition, a council member asked me to put in the record that he would like to consider the possibility of a 2-year term for each official. And then I sent a note to you, and my note also included the last saying in any final say in any of this is a council prerogative. The staff doesn't have anything to do with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Let's follow 1 minute of silence for remembering and respecting Carlos Ramos. Thank you, everyone. We're gonna pass now for election of officers. The word to Miguel to follow up on the process. Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay, the minute of silence of Carlos Ramos was after the election of officers, but that's okay. Carlos Ramos, for those of you who don't know him, he was our 3rd fiscal officer, and he served for many years. He passed recently, a couple of days ago, and we are really grateful for his service to the council. He was always minding the budget, making sure that we use the money according to the applicable laws and regulations, same way that Maria de Los Angeles is doing now. So we wanted to convey this message, and I will send it to the family. He was a good friend, and he has spent a lot of years with the council serving as the fiscal officer. He came when we were needing somebody to take a position for 3 months. No guarantees that that person will be stay in the work, because our fiscal officer resigned and we had 3 years to close. He came and did the work, and after he was elected as fiscal officer of the council, he continued the work for all these years. He retired from the council because of diabetes. He was legally blind, and still he was able to work with us for a while until the doctor told him not to do it anymore. And for that, we are really in depth with Carlos Ramos from 1949 to 2021. So we are dedicating this meeting in his loving memory. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. Election of officers. I believe we were gonna pass the chairmanship to the Coast Guard like we usually do. And who is representing the Coast Guard at this time?
Robert Copeland.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Lieutenant Robert Copeland from Miami. I am part of the Coast Guard here. I don't know if any other Coast Guard members are on, but unaware of assuming any other roles and responsibilities at this time. Would you be able to further discuss that, please?
Okay, just to preside the election of officer, you open the floor for any nominations. You don't need a second for the nominations. And then if you have only one nomination, we proceed to vote. You call for the vote. Then for the vice chair, we do the same nomination for the vice chair, no seconds needed. We follow the Robert rules. And then you open the floor for voting. And then once the chair is elected, you pass the meeting again to the chair. So this time you can open the meeting for nominations.
Sorry, Marcus, this is it kind of caught me off guard. Was still not aware that I was supposed to be doing anything of the such. Are you asking me to be the chair, or are you asking me to open up for nominations for someone else to assume the chair?
You'll be the chair of the meeting for the election of officers. So the only thing you have to do is to open the floor for nominations. Once you have a nomination, if there's only one, then the council will vote on the nomination for chair. The second will be nomination for vice chair. Is only one, then you open the floor for voting for the vice chair. If we have more than one, then the council have to vote, and then they will be tallied up. Then usually when we have more than one, excuse me, the vote is on paper. Here, the virtual vote is difficult to do it on paper, but it's just that.
Miguel, it sounds like you have a firm understanding of how this process is supposed to roll. Would I be able to listen in on how this is supposed to go, and then we'll go from there?
Technically, I can just say it on your behalf, so I'll just start.
Okay.
On behalf of Robert Copeland, we open the floor for nominations to chair. Any council member wants to nominate?
This is Tony Marcos Hanke.
Any further, any other nomination? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hey,
Aye.
Aye.
So, okay, so unanimously we have any opposition? Abstention? So Marcos is the chair of the council. Now we open for vice chair. Any nominations?
Carlos Verchetti nominating Tony Blanchard.
Any further nominations? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, so welcome back, Mr. Chairman Marcos Hanke, Mr. Vice Chair Tony Blanchard. And now Marcos will continue with the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Copeland.
All right. Thank you, Miguel. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the Coast Guard to help us on this part of the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for the support. And we're going to keep conducting to the best of our capacities and protect the resource and to balance all the discussion on this meeting. Thank you very much again. We're going to adopt the agenda now. Any comments on the agenda from the council members? We need a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
A motion to
Motion
adopt
to-
agenda.
I have a motion for Andy Strelchek to adopt the agenda. Second?
Vanessa
Second.
Ramirez.
Second by Vanessa Ramirez to adopt the agenda. Any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. The consideration of 174 verbatim transcription from the council. Need any comment on it? Hearing none, need a motion?
Vanessa Ramirez, motion to consideration.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for the motion. Second?
Nicole
Well,
Angeli.
Second.
We have, I heard two persons speaking. I just heard the name of Nicole Angeli. Second, the motion. Any opposition? Hearing none, the verbatim transcription for 174 council meeting is approved. The next item on the agenda is Executive Director Report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First thing, as you know, on the 21st, we heard, saw the presentation by Dr. Michel Duval on the 5-year plan. And now we are going to have the time for people to comment. And we have in our webpage, we will have the documentation for people to comment and the draft 5-year plan. Once this is finished by September 3rd this year, we will be able to then finalize the document, and Dr. Duval will present the final version at the December meeting. And there we will take some action on the recommendations. For example, the subcommittees who are going to be dealing with the implementation of the 5-year strategic plan. And these subcommittees will be one for science, another one for outreach and education, and the other one for management. We will have more information at the December meeting, which, by the way, will be a hybrid meeting, 7 and 8 of December at the Marriott Courtyard in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Already Diana is asking, polling who's going to be traveling to Puerto Rico and who's going to be working from home, participating virtually at our meeting. Now with the Delta variant of the COVID-19, as you know, there's a question mark as to how the situation will be in December. And we were told that we had to wait until probably the fall to hear from NOAA any news about the procedure for allowing participation of federal employees to meetings outside their home office. I believe that at this stage, they are in a level 0. Level 0 is more cautious. People that are not essential do not go to the office. They just do telework. So we're hoping that by December, we will have a better atmosphere for the COVID-19. So far, only 8 people has expressed that they will attend the meeting in person. So any of you who hasn't been able to contact Diana Martino, please do so and indicate whether you are going to participate at the meeting virtually or you are planning to travel to San Juan, because the hotel gave us a cutoff day and we need to comply with that in order to avoid penalties. The other thing that is happening, as you know, we are collaborating with the NOAA Fisheries, Seafood Inspection, and International Fisheries, and the Office of Protected Resources. And we are working with the WCAFC, the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, several projects, working groups. I will continue to do so with a big campaign. And that big campaign is promote pan-Caribbean management of the species, especially Nazi grouper and the mountain snapper. And at the December meeting, we will give you more information up to date on the development of these meetings, these working groups. As you know, we announced that we are going to have a February 9, 2022 meeting to discuss marine reserve. And now it's area-based management. That's the word that they use now. And the CCC, the group that encompasses the councils, all the council and National Fisheries Service are going to meet in October. And part of the discussion will include the response to the Executive Order 14-008 that called for closure of 30% land and water by 2030 of the areas that we have under management by different laws and regulations for the protection of those areas. And a report will be given at the meeting, and we will provide you the outcome of that report at the December meeting, but they will be discussed thoroughly at the February 9 meeting. At that meeting, we will have all council members, chairs, the same people that are here now, plus other participants discussing the U.S. Caribbean status of marine reserve across boundaries from the shoreline to the edge of the EEC. We also are going to continue the work by Dr. Dalila Aldana. Remember that she gave us a presentation not long ago about the microplastics that are incorporating in the food chain and reaching consumers, and that could affect the future of the fisheries in the Caribbean. So we are going to continue that work. And right now, during the time of the pandemic, a lot of plastic have been accumulated, and there's a lot of concern about how this might affect the fisheries of the Caribbean, including of course the U.S. Caribbean, the Gulf, and the South Atlantic. So that work probably will be conducted this year, and we will provide reports, updates as the project comes along. The budget situation that we have is okay. We received the fundings that were allocated to us for this year, so we don't have any problems with the monies at this time. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, unless they have any questions.
Any question for the executive director?
Yeah, Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, Miguel, I saw in the local news here yesterday, and I want to validate this, that Puerto Rico hotels are now mandating that any guests be vaccinated, or still PCR tests are still valid?
Well, the governor is proposing that any commercial institution can request vaccination certificates from people attending meetings or participating or being as guests of the council if you are going to stay at the hotel. So for the December meeting, anybody coming to Puerto Rico have to show the validation, a certificate of being vaccinated, or no less than 72 hours certificate of COVID-free. But the vaccination is probably going to be required by the hotel. So that's a good point. I forgot to mention that. But as the governor said, this is the situation now. He will inform the public, update the public on the new developments. According to the news, the Delta is capable of breaking those people who are vaccinated by using Pfizer, Johnson, and Moderna, excuse me. So we encourage everybody to do it. At the council, we are going to require face masks for everybody. I don't care if you're vaccinated or not. Face mask will be required. This is the other thing that the hotel told us to do. They are going to have space, so we'll have probably one person per table rather than 3 or 2. But they will advise the council on time for these measures. And as I said before, in the case of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and the regional office, Dr. Paul Duremos told us that they will play by ear, and in order to allow NOAA fisheries personnel to travel to meetings. Then the next meeting that we are going to have that we require HMM Fisheries Service people to attend is the CCC meeting in October. And right now, there are members of other councils that are indicating they are not going to travel. In my case, probably I won't travel because I will not take that risk. So Tony and Marcos have to decide whether they are going to travel or not. If they are going to travel, then they have to make the reservations accordingly. Any other question?
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. We have Andy Strelchak.
Yeah, thanks, Miguel. Comment and then a question. So with regard to council meetings, NOAA Fisheries has created a blanket travel approval waiver. It's considered mission essential activity, and so we can participate in council meetings. So our intent would be to be at the December council meeting. One thing, I guess, or the question is, can you have that email resent with regarding participation at the council meeting? We're finding that a number of the Caribbean Council emails are getting caught up on our spam filters when they're emailed to us. And so we have not seen that and want to make sure we meet your deadline, obviously, for informing decisions about the council meeting.
Excellent. We'll send it to everybody today. Diana will do that.
Thank you, Miguel. Any other question? Hearing none, the next item on the agenda is the first presentation, island-based fishery management plans, status update.
Marcos, the first thing in the agenda is the SSC report and the SSC update. I have Richard Apperdon and then followed by the Sally Fishery and Science Center update.
So am I good to go?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the SSC did not meet between the last council meeting and now, so there's no update to report.
And we have the Sally Fishery Science Center update.
Yes, hello, good morning. This is Kevin McCarthy. I do have a presentation. I can just share my screen if that's all right.
Please go ahead.
How's that look? Do you see the title slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So I'd like to start by congratulating Marcos and Tony for their being elected to office on the council, and also congratulate Andy Strelchak on his new job at the regional office. So congratulations to all of you. I just have a fairly brief, well, I hope it's fairly brief presentation to update you all on some of the work that we're doing at the Science Center. I gave you a fairly lengthy presentation last year. I think it was the August meeting last year about a lot of the projects that we were doing in the region. And those mainly concern things like projects to look at landings and size composition, life history data, abundance data, gear selectivity data, ecosystem data, socioeconomic data. But today I'm going to talk about database development and automation. And this is a aspect of the work that we do that doesn't get a lot of attention. It sort of goes on in the background, but it's really critical. I mean, when you consider you've got landings data, size composition data, all these other data endeavors and projects to collect those data, well, where are you going to put them? Where are you going to store them? And how are you going to get access to them? And so that's what this database development and automation is all about. And we've got several projects that we're working on in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We've got a project with data entry and data extraction application upgrades, and I'll talk about that in a moment. In Puerto Rico, there's the electronic reporting that I think most all of you are aware of. And what we want to develop there is a secure system of data flow and storage. And in Puerto Rico, also, there are the commercial landings correction factors. We want to develop some efficient methods to calculate those correction factors, reduce the burden on DNER staff. It's a real endeavor every year to develop those correction factors, and it can be really burdensome on the staff to try and get that done quickly. So we're going to try and have some assistance from the Science Center to see if we can improve the efficiency and reduce the burden on the staff. So in the Virgin Islands, this is a collaboration between Division of Fish and Wildlife, RTEC, and RTEC is a developers that we've got contracted through the Science Center. So they do a lot of database development and application software development, and then the Science Center. So the three entities are working together on these projects. What we're doing is upgrading the data entry system to accommodate changes to the catch forms, the commercial catch forms that have changed over time, including changes in the species listed on the forms. As you go back in time, the forms have changed, of course, and as DFW staff have been entering the data, they'll notice things about the data entry system that we have in place that could be improved or could be made easier or more efficient. So we're trying to accommodate those changes that are brought to our attention by DFW staff. We've also spent some time working with our partners at DFW to develop some standard reports. So these are sort of hypothetical. I don't know that they've asked for these in particular, but when I was putting together the presentation, I just came up with a couple of hypothetical examples. So for example, if Fish and Wildlife was interested in monthly landings by species by island, and they wanted to have this on a regular basis, we would work with the developers to put together a report out, basically, that is sort of automated with this to fulfill this data request. They'd go into the software, select perhaps from a drop-down menu or some sort of radio button or something. I want this report that'll give me these monthly landings by species and by island. Click the button and have it just download automatically for them, rather than going in and extracting the raw data and then spending some time collating the data by month and by species and by island. It just makes life a little easier for the staff if there's a data set that they want time after time on some regular basis. We're developing those. And another example, perhaps they're interested in the number of vessels and trips by month and island. That's something else that we could have the developers produce. So it just becomes a button or a flip of the switch, basically, to download those data. So it makes life a little bit easier and saves staff time from these sort of repetitive tasks if these are data sets that they're interested in on a regular basis. Excuse me. So in Puerto Rico, it's the collaborators are a little bit different. We've got DNER, Shell Catch, of course, as the contractors who developed the electronic logbook system, ACCSP, which is an acronym you may not be familiar with, but ACCSP is the Atlantic Coastal Cooperative Statistics Program. Their role in this is to be the data warehouse for those electronic logbook data, and then the Science Center. And so there's a lot going on here, but on the left where you see stage details, these are sort of the steps we have to go through to enable the data that Shellcatch has, those electronic logbook data that are uploaded to the Shellcatch server. And in order to move it from Shellcatch to ACCSP, which is where the Science Center can can access the data. We've got a bunch of steps we have to go through. And so there are a lot of terms up there you may not be familiar with. I don't want to dive too much into the details of all of that, but you see this word schema, and the schema is really just the organization of the data within the database. You can kind of think of it as a blueprint. So what we have to make sure, and it seems straightforward, okay, why can't we just shift the data from shellcatch to ACCSP? No problem. How hard can this be? Until you get into the details. And so you have to make sure that the ACCSP database is set up in a way that it can accept the shellcatch data. For example, dates are always a problem. Is your date, is today's date listed in the data as August 11th, 2021? Or is it 08/11/2021? Or is it 11/08/2021? So you have to just make sure that things line up, that the database on the one end is ready to accept the data that's coming from shellcatch. And then this API is application programming interface. So this is just software that allows two applications to talk to each other. And so, for example, if you use a weather app on your phone, there's an API involved in that process. You don't see it, it's all going on in the background, but it's critical for you to be able to run those applications. So the main thing I want to point out here is we've got 7 steps mapped out here. 4 of them are done, 1's in progress. This has all happened in June and July. I'm not directly involved in this project, so I haven't gotten the latest update, but I suspect that this in progress has proceeded along pretty well and may have actually moved to being done. And some of these last 2 steps, depending, may either be in progress or is done, because I think fairly soon we should be able to get the data from ACCSP, and that's the goal. So upon completion, the Science Center will have secure access to the Puerto Rico landings data for analyses, stock assessments, responding to council requests, that sort of thing. So it's come along really well. It was a really nice collaboration between DNER, Shellcatch, ACCSP, and the Science Center. The next and last thing that I want to talk about is the Puerto Rico correction factors. Again, a collaboration between DNER and the Science Center. Our tech, again, is the software developers that are contracted to the Science Center. And just a quick reminder, I suspect you all are well aware of this, but for those who aren't, correction factors are used in Puerto Rico to estimate the total landings from the reported landings. If there's underreporting, this is a way to expand the landings to have a better estimate of the total landings. This is all in the commercial sector. But to get to those correction factors, it's a really burdensome task for DNER staff. And I don't know that that's always fully realized. We're always in a hurry to get the data, but we don't often recognize how much work goes into those getting those correction factors. And it is necessary for ACL monitoring. It's necessary for stock assessments. Landings data and accurate landings data are just critical for those activities. So there are a few steps to get those final correction factors. The first one is DNER staff go out and do some port sampling. And this is port sampling specific to the correction factors. It's not the port sampling that you see where they're getting lengths of fish and that sort of thing. This is a different port sampling. It goes on for short periods during the year, specifically to get at the correction factor issue. Once they get the data, they have to enter it into a database. Right now, that's in an Excel file. They then enter the CCL reports, so the logbook forms that the fishers submit. Those are also entered into that same Excel file. There's a process to match the survey data with the CCL reports, and that's how they get at underreporting and how much underreporting there might be. and then they calculate the correction factors. So it's a long process. It's a big burden. And what we think we could do is either improve the efficiency or completely automate these final 4 steps. That port sampling is still going to require people going out in the field and looking at catches. But entering the data, we think we can improve that. We're starting with calculating correction factors. We're doing this by hand. We want to make sure that the numbers that the Science Center gets match the numbers that Puerto Rico staff get. And once we do that, we're going to work with our tech, with our developers, to modify an existing data entry system that will greatly improve, we think, the data entry part for the survey data, make life a little bit easier for the DNER staff. Because we already have CCL data in another database, we want to make sure that we're not double entering that. That's time that we don't need to spend. So we think we might be able to eliminate that step. When we then match the CCL reports, that'll be automated. So we'll have a database with the survey data, a database with the CCL report data that we can merge. Now that we have the electronic logbook data, we're basically merging 3 data sets because we still have people reporting on the paper forms. So those are being entered, and those data go to a server in Miami. The survey data will go to the same server in Miami, but in a different database. And then the electronic logbook is all off to ACCSP. So that will all get merged. We'll do that in a way that doesn't require a lot of. It will all be on the computer, so we'll automate it. And then we will, once we get all that done, we'll automate the calculating the correction factors. So we think that this automation and improved efficiency in handling the data will reduce the amount of time that it takes to get to these correction factors, and that once we have the correction factors, we can then get to a better estimate of the landings. And that's the goal. We want to reduce the burden on the DNER staff. We want to reduce the time to calculate the correction factors, and we want to reduce that from months that it now takes, because it is burdensome, to down to weeks. We have weeks in here because the port sampling is still going to take time. The data entry will still take. All of these other steps will be automated. And so we won't be, adding to those few weeks of time that it takes to do the survey and to enter the data. So we think it's going to be a big plus for getting the correction factors a lot more quickly, and to allow DNER staff to work on other projects rather than spending a lot of time on these correction factors every year. So just to recap, we've done some upgrades to the Virgin Islands data entry and data reports applications. We're moving pretty quickly on getting the electronic logbook data to ACCSP, and that will allow the Science Center direct access in a safe and secure way. And then we're automating the process for calculating the commercial landings correction factors. So that's all I've got for today. Any questions? I'm happy to take those.
Thank you, Kevin. I have a question just to start on the last part of the correction factors. This will address the difference between, let's say, trap fishermen in general, the way they report, and the correction factor related to that versus deep water snapper fishermen, or something like that, just as an example.
Right. So we're not tackling that just yet. What we want to do, this is simply the existing process that we're going to automate. But I agree with you, as we move forward, we need to start looking at the different sectors, because you're right. The way different sectors of the fishery report could be very different. And so, having a single correction factor, say for the East Coast of Puerto Rico, might not be the best way to expand the landings to get a more accurate understanding of the total landings. It could very well be that we need to do it by gear. There could be, we might need to do it by species. There are a couple of different ways, but that'll be a big project. And our first step is to automate what already exists. That will free up staff time, quite honestly, that can be used on other projects. And one of those projects could very well be, let's design a better survey so that we have more accurate correction factors and we get the best estimate of the total landings that we can get. But for now, we just want to automate it because we're going to want to have it automated anyway. No matter what the survey looks like in the future, we want this end of it, this whole correction factor calculation, to be automated because it's just, we don't want to spend, well, they're not my staff certainly, but I suspect that DNER staff don't want to spend time doing something that could be automated. And so that's what we're getting at here. So I hope that answers the question, Marcos.
Yeah, answer the question. And I just want to put out there that something that probably going to hear from you guys in the future, I think is very important. Next council members, any more questions?
Marcos, you have Richard Appleton waiting for 2 questions.
Okay, Richard?
Yeah, thank you. Kevin, that's really great news about the work you guys are doing. So this is maybe an extension on that. We have, for example, in Puerto Rico, the work that Todd Godamke's group has been doing on really trying to get down a statistical basis of port sampling done. And that seems to me would feed in much, a lot of information that would be critical toward looking at these questions of what's the best way to do conversions factors. So the first question is, are you looking ahead toward that work in guiding your approach to not so much to automating, but the design of the port sampling, or can that approach that's being used now just be substituted if it was to be put in place on a permanent basis? So that's question 1.
Yeah. So great question. Yeah, I mean, we specifically the Science Center specifically contracted with Merck Consultants, so Todd's company, to start to develop get the data and start developing those survey designs. That would be, I mean, it could, the way I see it is it might eventually replace the current system. If we get a good survey design, we would, of course, have to consult with the NER. How do they want to move forward? I think for a time we'd want to run both, even if the decision was eventually to replace the current system with the correction factors. I think we'd want to overlap for several years, say 3 years, 5 years, something like that, where we run both so that we have a better understanding of how they differ. And it's going to take a few years, even if we came up with a design tomorrow for a full port sampling, that it would take a few years to really get that optimized. There's always going to be, things that we can improve, but in the meantime, we'd want to run both. I think that would be a big change. So that would probably be a negotiation above my pay grade between the Science Center and DNER. But we're certainly looking towards that as a possible way to go in the future, that port sampling. That would not eliminate the reporting, the CCL reports. Those are still useful for a lot of different kinds of analyses. But for just getting at the landings, it's possible that we'd head in that direction. But again, that's a negotiation between the DNER and the Science Center.
All right, thanks, Kevin. The second question is a little bit further afield. We have the CMAP program that operates in Puerto Rico and in the Gulf and the South Atlantic for that matter. And I know you're just dealing right now with the issues of the landings data as the first priority, but is there going to be looking down the road an effort to make these kind of data sets compatible so the center has eventually immediate access to all these sorts of data?
I would love that. I would love to have ready access to all the work that's gone on over the years with CMAP-C. I think we're going to hear a presentation later today about CMAP-C. So I'm just starting to learn about that. I mean, I was aware of it, but I don't know a lot of the details. So I'm going to start sitting in on some of those CMAP-C meetings just as an observer and try and take in what all's being done. But yeah, I think CMAP-C is really important as a fishery independent source of data. That is another piece in the assessment puzzle. The landings are one. Those kinds of fishery independent surveys, especially if they're getting at things like abundance and size composition, are also very critical. So having easy access to those data and having a place for those data to live that everybody who needs access or would like access to those data is going to be an important project. And I'm not quite sure where that stands. Maybe I'll learn more today in the presentation, but I think there's a huge role for CMAP-C to play. But we do have to solve the data warehousing question.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Any other question?
Hey, Marcus, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So Kevin, great presentation. Really excited to hear about all the improvements that are being made. You may have mentioned this. For my clarity, so my understanding is we are waiting, I guess, on annual landings for 2020 right now for Puerto Rico, and a large part of that is either because of reports still coming in or the correction factors. In your presentation, you mentioned speeding up the correction factors from months to weeks. In your view, I mean, do we get to a point where we could have landings data from the prior year ready and available sometime by the middle of the following year going forward?
That's certainly a goal. Absolutely. So these correction factors, as soon as the sampling surveys are complete, and I think they're done a couple times during the year, as soon as those are done, those data can be entered and this whole process can begin. And because it will be much more automated, it should go quickly. So it's really these, excuse me, these first two steps. The port sampling survey, of course, you have to have people out in the field. That's going to take some time. And then the data entry is also going to take some time. But those two are really the hands-on part. Now there's data are entered where I've got this crossed out. Data are entered into another database with the CCL anyway. That's happening throughout the year. And so there are delays will be, well, not really delays, but the time that it takes to get this done is really dependent upon these first three steps. And this third step here that's crossed out is also dependent upon any delays in reporting. So if you're running your survey in April, but you still have reports coming in 2 months later, which is common with logbooks. I mean, it's common everywhere. It happens in the Gulf, it happens in the South Atlantic, it happens in the Caribbean. If you've got those delayed reportings, you want to make sure that you've got everybody who's going to report has reported, because that directly affects the correction factor. And you don't want to have a constantly shifting correction factor. So you have to make some decision on when do we decide that everybody who's going to report has reported, and that's when you can calculate your correction factor. So the trick is, if say the survey runs in April and again in August or October or something like that, I would imagine that by the beginning of the year, January, February, every logbook report that's going to come in has come in. And as long as those are entered quickly, and they are in the U.S. Caribbean, I think the data come in and are entered more quickly in the Caribbean than they are, say, in the Gulf, oftentimes. But once that happens, yeah, we can run the programs that will calculate the correction factors. And I think mid-year of the following year is an entirely reasonable thing to shoot for. Maybe a little bit earlier, but certainly by June, I would think that we could have this.
Thank you very much. Andy, do you have any other follow-up question?
No, I don't. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Graciela
Thank
has
you.
her hand up for some time now, Marcos.
Thank you, Miguel. Graciela?
So, Kevin, thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. One regarding the accessibility of the archive data for everyday use, and two, if in both the archive and the new setup for data reporting, we will have both the reported and the corrected landings, because sometimes we like to look at the reported landings before we do any thinking about those correction factors. So when would we have, or not we, well, we the general public will have access to the archive data that's already available at the Science Center from the commercial landings?
So I remember this conversation we had, a week or so ago. So there had been public access to the non-confidential data, and that is no longer the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to investigate why that feature disappeared. I'm just making a note here.
Kevin, Graciela, you have any other question?
So my question would be to have both. If we can get access to that feature of the archive data sets, to have both the reported and the corrected landings.
Right. So we can what we can do is I'll have to talk to the developers and to my old group in the statistics division, because they're really the folks that deal with this, and they'll be the ones to address this issue. But I would think that we could make a variety of reports that are non-confidential that could be more open to general access. So if, for example, you were interested in the number of trips or the number of vessels, not the vessels themselves, but just a count of them, as long as it's non-confidential, the data can be accessed. But for sure, but definitely the landings as reported and as expanded, are going to be of interest to people.
Exactly. So that we can have access to, for example, the amount of fish landed for a number of species over the many months of whatever year. So that this goes along with all the life history work that is being conducted. So everything is kind of moving on a chain, and we already and that information would also give us an idea of what the changes in the landings over time, so that we can concentrate on those species that will have enough landing information available for us to do something about it. So thank you very much, and we'll keep this conversation updated.
Yes, and I know, and I think I saw that Virginia's on this meeting, and I know that I owe her some non-confidential data as well. So I haven't forgotten about you, Virginia.
Thank
Well,
you,
if that's
Kevin.
it, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. We have the next presentation. Next presentation, it will be the island presentation of the report. Will be a status update. Will be island-based fishery management plans.
Marcos, this is Carlos for Kevin. I'm sorry I didn't send a message in the chat.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Go ahead.
Kevin, I'm wondering, is this a correction factor thing, a forever thing? Because I remember it's been about 10 years, and I thought improving CCRs and all that was supposed to take care of that, and then the buffer for uncertainty and all that. I'm not really sure why they're still working on correction factors or still have correction factors.
Right. So good question, Carlos. Yeah, the correction factors are necessary until we get near universal reporting. So if 97% of the fishing trips were reported on CCL, then the correction factors would likely not be necessary. Well, I mean, I've just made up that number. That may not be sufficient, but certainly if you had near universal reporting, but if you've got 75% reporting, then you want to have those correction factors still. And I think that's the situation we're in. And it varies across the island, because we've got a correction factor for each of the 4 coasts, and they're not always the same number. In fact, they're almost never the same number. So different regions of the island have greater or lesser reporting, based upon the survey. So if the DNER staff were to go out on one of their surveys, say this year, and they got a near perfect match between the number of trips that they interviewed at a particular spot on a particular day, and then the logbook reports coming in match those for that spot on that day, then you don't really need a correction factor because it's 1. Everybody reported. But until you see that, and until you can demonstrate that with the surveys, we're gonna keep having a need for those correction factors. So it's really a reporting question, and how complete the reporting is.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I have it's more an observation than a question based on the life history. I don't want to forget that. I know that there is a good connection with personnel of the Fishery Lab, especially Noemi Peña, that have been creating capacity building and connections with the fishing community to collect data over the years. And my understanding is that they have experts that support her and data and information in there that need support to be processed. And I please invite you to contact her and to coordinate those efforts, because I would hate to see, starting any other project that is not needed, just knowing that there is already some samples that could help to speed up the process of getting life history and other important data that they might already have, but not processed and put on the right form. Just an observation.
Yeah, Marcos, that's a great observation. And in fact, we've been working with Noemi and her lab now for we started right before COVID. So then we couldn't go and meet with her, and she couldn't come up and meet with us, but we've been working with her lab. There's a statistician out of the Science Center who's been working with her, looking at sample sizes and where the collection efforts should be to maximize the sampling effort, We've started sort of a working group, if for lack of a better term, that several of the Science Center folks are involved with, Noemi's involved with, Virginia's involved with. So everybody's starting to talk together now. So we're doing exactly what you're suggesting, and I think it's a great idea, and I think it's going to be really helpful.
Thank you. Next
Marcos,
item on the agenda. Go ahead, Miguel.
Marcos,
Yes.
yeah, are you monitoring the hands of the people? Because we're gonna have to
No,
do that anyway.
I'm just going to the chat. There is anybody else that I'm missing?
Yeah, but anyway, now I mean, I'm gonna lower that, but the correction factor is the key for the statistics that we have. When we started the correction factor in Puerto Rico, the whole thing was because the University of Miami, who was the father of our statistical program, found out that the poor aliens were collecting about 20% of what a person that was assigned for 15 days at the different docks in Puerto Rico was collecting from the fishers. However, the tables that were sent with the information to the Southern Fisheries Center did not have that correction factor. The other two things, now that after Kevin's presentation, excellent one, by the way, we are working statistically at the correction factor. And we need to do that also across the US Caribbean, not only Puerto Rico. So probably we need to talk to, well, continue the talk with the Southern Fisheries Center, USB and Islands authorities, and the people collecting the information on Puerto Rico to close that gap between the correction, between what the fisher report and the realities out there. This is more important now, especially with the ACLs, and you will see during the discussion today what is happening to the Spiny lobster and other species that we are under management. So hopefully this correction factor issue will not be an issue in the future, and it will be supported with the best data available with the best scientific methodology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. I don't see anybody else. I think it's now time to pass to the next item on the agenda. Finally, island-based fishery management plans. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Maria Lopez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was having some issues with my microphone. So this is Maria Lopez with the Southeast Regional Office Caribbean branch, and I just wanted to give you a quick update of where we are with respect to the proposed rule for the island-based fishery management plans that were approved by the Secretary of Commerce back in September. So right now, the proposed rule for the plans is under legal review. Our expectation is that we would be able to have that ready soon for publication in the. We're aiming for the end of the month or next month, but hopefully soon you will have that published, and we'll be able to have that comment period available for you to comment. So that's information that we have right now on that respect for the island-based FMPs. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Maria. Look, there is no questions for you. The next.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Ms.
Go ahead.
So Maria, we had many questions the other day regarding the publication of the regulation for the island-based FMP. So the public has a period of time where they can comment. Usually, if there is a significant comment that you receive, what's the process to deal with that? Does it have to come back to the council, or the regional office deals with the comment?
Yes, Graciela, thank you for the question. So all of the comments that we receive on the proposed rule are going to be addressed by the agency, and you're going to be looking at all those answers to those comments in the final rule. In terms of what can be done, if there can be changes to anything based on that. I am going to defer that question to Jocelyn if she's available. Jocelyn, are you available?
She's raising her hand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. This is Jocelyn. So we've sort of split the decision here. So as you know, the Secretary of Commerce approved the island-based FMPs, and that's the authority that's given to the Secretary of Commerce under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to send over the FMPs or any amendments for approval. And the Secretary is limited in what they can do. They can approve or disapprove or partially approve. So that decision has been made. So the FMPs have been approved, but we are now at the stage of just trying to put in the regulations that would implement them. So that means that we're just trying to develop regulations that effectuate what the plan is. If there's any comments about any mechanisms undertaken in the FMPs, those have really already been approved. We're just trying to have regulations that would go to it. So there's not a chance here that any adverse comments would affect the Secretary's decision to approve or not, because that has already occurred. In other instances, if there were negative comments, there couldn't necessarily be changes that NIMS would be able to implement. It would just affect whether NIMS approved or disapproved the plan. And then they could say, well, we're disapproving because this negative comment, raised questions about the council's authority to implement something, and therefore we're disapproving if that were the case. And then they could send it back to the council to make changes. But here we've already have that approval decision for the FMPs. So the negative comments have a little bit of a different impact here. We're just trying to look for comments on whether or not the regulations are clear, things of that nature. But even in general, there's very limited NIMS authority to do something different, because the Magnuson Act really just asks the agency to approve or disapprove what's been done, and then were any changes needed to be made, it would go back to the council. But again, we're sort of in a position where we've got the thumbs up for the overall process, and we're trying to just develop regulations that implement it. So there shouldn't be anything that really affects the ability to move forward with the FMPs. It's just the way in which the regulations describe what's put in place in the FMPs. So I'd expect comments that would be helpful to be about, is it clear what we're saying? Is there a better way to phrase things? And if there's any questions about the management measures, NIMS would respond to those comments, and we could bring things back to the council to see if any changes would need to be made, but that would be a separate council process.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Go
ahead, Graciela.
So, Jocelyn, the issue was raised regarding the sargassum and the floating sargassum and the one that ends up on the beaches. So we've been talking about these things, and because it's EFH for 6 of the species that are new to management, that's where some of the comments might come in, because there was a workshop on sargassum the other day, and people were wondering what impact that would have in terms of removing sargassum from the beach, or removing floating sargassum before it gets to the beach, etc. So that's where the question is coming from, and where most likely we would have some input into the regulations that will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Okay, and I can speak to that for a second. So the island-based FMPs, I believe sargassum might be listed, as you said, as essential fish habitat for some of the species, and that identification of EFH has been in the FMPs. That's been approved. So that is the EFH. EFH isn't specified in the regulations. So there wouldn't be anything in this document that would specifically put into place regulations specifying sargassum as EFH. But if the council is interested in understanding, how to manage around this idea of sargassum as EFH, then it would be appropriate to have a discussion and figure out if there's any other management tools that you want to use with respect to sargassum to protect the EFH, or if there's any other concerns with it. But at this time, the regulations to implement the FMPs are sort of just effectuating those measures that need to be codified that affect the public. So it would be, reorganizing the regulations to have the bag limits and the size limits and the catch limits and all of the different suite of management measures. So that's what this rule is going to be doing. Earlier last year, the NOAA Fisheries published the notice availability of the FMPs and received comments on whether or not they should approve those FMPs, and comments raised there will also be addressed in this rulemaking. But in terms of next steps on sargassum, that would be best pursued through another council action.
Graciela, any more questions?
No, thank you very much. That was very clear.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I think I have Carlos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Maria, but before that, Jocelyn, did you just say that sargassum is listed as an EFH?
Yes, I believe it's listed as EFH for some species, but I would have to check with Graciela and Maria and Sarah just to confirm the scope of that.
Okay, thanks. That's quite interesting. Okay, Maria, I got a note here. Okay, what about amendments to the IBFMPs? Is that after implementation that we'll be looking at that, or is it after approval? Because I think they're already approved.
Hi, Carlos. This is Maria. First, let me answer your question about the EFH. So, sargassum has been identified as EFH for certain life stages. For some of the pelagic species that are included as new for management under the island-based FMP, for example, the wahoo, the dolphin, and for some life stages in triple tail, which is only managed in Puerto Rico. Regarding your questions, for the amendments, we are currently working in 2 amendments, and these amendments are going to be to the island-based FMPs. And those amendments, we are working on those. We're doing everything as you know. Today we're going to be discussing the spiny lobster amendment for the management reference points, with the expectation that the council can vote to take final action for submission to the Secretary of Commerce. So for the proposed rules for those amendments, they will have to happen after the island-based FMPs regulations are in place. So we're expecting to have that early in 2022. Does that answer your question? But we can continue working on those amendments as we have been doing all this time.
Okay, yeah, that answers my question. And I guess in the future, any amendments that may come up, then we'll bring it up to the council, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
any changes that you wanted to, that that the council would like to evaluate or make to the island-based FMPs, they could be done, or any suggestion changes, they can be done through an amendment to those FMPs if the council wants.
Okay, great, thanks. Because we're kind of working hard with our local fisheries committee, and some ideas may come up. I just wanted to be I just want to know what steps I could take after that. But also, let me ask you about the sargassum. So it's considered an EFH while it's drifting, but once it reaches land, it's no longer a viable EFH. Is that being considered?
Maria?
So I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, go ahead. Marcos?
No, it's for you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I am not exactly sure right now because I don't have it in front of me. What are the life stages that this applies to? But we're talking about, for example, like I do know that for Wahoo, the sargassum is listed as an EFH for its larvae. So this will be, you know, oceanic sargassum. So it will be for some of the life stages. So maybe with respect to the sargassum, maybe this is something that, you know, now that you guys brought it up, you know, if you have any other particular questions, we can definitely look it up and get to you some more concrete answers.
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks. Because there are a lot of species that are in larval stage under there, not just Wahoo. But fine, that's good. We'll keep in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have. Thank you. For sure, we have to follow up on that. It's my interest of doing so too. Carlos, thank you for the participation. We have Tony Blanchard and Graciela.
Yes, good morning. This is Tony. I have a question as to the sargassum when it becomes non-official, non-fish habitat. Because remember, when it comes into the shallow waters, it becomes very destructive on the bottom and the ecosystem that is on the shoreline. So where is the, let's say, where is the deciding line from where it moves to essential fish habitat to non-essential fish habitat? That's the question.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Let me open the document to see exactly what, I'm going to look at the island-based FMPs.
So if I may, Maria,
go ahead,
let me just answer a couple of questions. Mr. Chair, if I may, Graciela. So the sargassum at CFH is different for the species that you have because St. Croix has only dolphin fish and Wahoo on their new federal management. St. Thomas is different, and Puerto Rico has more species that define EFH for 6 species as being part of the sargassum. As Maria said, it depends on the life history stage, and the EFH is defined for sargassum in general. So one of the issues that we might have to look at, and this is one of the problems we are trying to gather more information from the local pods of sargassum, because it is different what we would have here, because it also brings invasive species, etc., to the region. So this is an issue that's ongoing right now because of the great amount of sargassum that is being beached. One of the things that we're trying to do is find out exactly what species are impacted by the amount of sargassum and the changes in the water quality that it creates when it comes into shallow water and onto the beach, and the species that are being affected by the beaching of the sargassum. So, Tony, in terms of EFH, sargassum being essential fish habitat, in most cases, it's floating. Once it's come to the beach, most of the organisms that are associated with those sargassum mats are in fact dead. So, it's an evolving issue right now, and one that we are looking into because of the interest specifically of the DNER and the problem with the amount of sargassum on the beaches. And it's not only Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, but it's all around the wider Caribbean. And Sea Grant has been instrumental in looking into this matter, and that is happening as we speak. So, maybe we should put it in the agenda for the next council meeting to bring up the information that we have up to date on sargassum.
Thank you.
And if I could just follow up on.
Yes, go ahead, Jocelyn. Then we have Miguel, then Andy.
just to Graciela's point, I just wanted to let you all know, just taking a step back as to what essential fish habitat is. I think Graciela did a good job describing it, but just to read you the definition from the Magnuson Act, it's the waters and substrate necessary to fish for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity. So they're really looking at, it's the habitat for the fish for these specific purposes. So it's really when the sargassum is in the water and providing that habitat for the species that really is what is being protected as the EFH. And I think Maria might have more specific information about how sargassum was listed for various life stages, but we're interested in that the sargassum when it's functioning as that habitat, so in the water, providing for those necessary functions.
Yes, thank you. Just a note, based on experience and some reading, triggerfish, blue runny, almaco, and other jack species that are present here, and some reef fishes, we see them related to the sargassum, which is matched exactly what Jocelyn just mentioned. And for sure, we need to discuss this a little better and to have a better understanding of what we can do as on the council. Next one on the queue is Miguel.
Okay, the issue of sargassum is not as easy as you may think. There's a whole management plan by the South Atlantic that was done in 2002 for the pelagic sargassum, the oceanic sargassum. The problem is, when can you declare sargassum garbage versus continue calling it EFH as they approach the shoreline? That's the issue that the fishers and the general public is wondering about, because when you have EFH, you have laws and regulation to protect that EFH. And even the sargassum of the shoreline is a habitat for certain larvae and species of fish, and it complies with the laws and regulations. But I stop here. I would like to yield to what Andy has to say.
Yeah, thanks, Miguel. Yeah, a lot of great points have been made. Wanted to first speak to Graciela's comment. I think it would be helpful to have a conversation at our December meeting, and we can bring our habitat program to the table to have that conversation specific about EFH requirements standards. I think protected resources would also want to be involved, as sargassum obviously provides important habitat for many sea turtle species. There was comments made earlier with regard to kind of where's the delineation between essential fish habitat and not becoming essential fish habitat. I'm trying to get confirmation of this, but for EFH of the species that Marcos mentioned and potentially others, that would be state and federal waters out to the boundary of the EEZ. Once it comes ashore and is above the mean high water line, I believe it's no longer at least considered EFH from our standpoint. Obviously, the species wouldn't be able to survive on land. I don't know if there's other state laws or regulations that apply in terms of removal of that sargassum, but I think the easiest delineation is kind of the sargassum in the water versus onshore with regard to defining it as EFH.
I have still the hand up from Jocelyn. You want to add something, Jocelyn?
Oh, no, I apologize. I will take my hand down.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Hearing none, I just want to make another note and observation from the field, is that there is a great amount of different species of parrotfish and different species of snapper that live on the sargassum, are associated to sargassum close to the shorelines on areas that the water is not affected by the composition of the sargassum. And I assure you that there is a very important issue for us to discuss and to get a hold of. Thank you very much for the discussion. Let's go for there is no other question. The generic amendment for the fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, San Thomas, San John, and San Croix. Modification of the buoy gear. Maria?
Yeah, that's me. Thank you, Christina. You're gonna be presenting it in the screen. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, So in this presentation today, I am going to give you an update of where we are with the development of the draft generic amendment and to issue of the fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix to address the modification of the buoy gear definition that we have discussed during past meetings. Next slide. Okay, so just a quick recap. The issue is that small-scale commercial fishermen harvesting deep water snappers and groupers in Puerto Rico and in the U.S. Virgin Islands would like to use more than 10 hooks in the buoy gear. So buoy gear, as defined in 50 CFR 622.2, which are the federal regulations, cannot contain more than 10 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal ends. There are no specification of the number of hooks that can be used in state and Puerto Rico waters. So to be able to address this issue, can you go to the next slide, please? So as you all know, as we have talked in the past, the use of any gear that is not listed as authorized for the fishery is prohibited. And a configuration of this buoy gear that has more than 10 hooks between the buoy gear and the terminal end, which is what we have discussed that some fishers prefer to use, does not meet the legal definition and it's not considered an authorized buoy gear. So basically what this means is that this gear cannot be used by those that are fishing commercially for reef fish that is managed under the island-based FMPs, unless that gear type is added as an allowable gear type under the plans, or that definition of the buoy gear is amended to include, excuse me, that gear type. Next slide. Okay, so in this amendment, the council is proposing to modify the definition of buoy gear that is included in federal regulations at 50 CFR 622.2 to address the use of additional hooks that are preferred by some commercial fishermen, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, that are harvesting deep water snappers and groupers. Next slide. Excuse me. This is the draft purpose and need that it's included in the document, in the draft document that it's included in the briefing book. The version that it's included in the briefing book is version 2. Last time during the April meeting, we presented to you version 1, just making that clarification. We make some changes to the document. We added the information that was provided by the DAP chairs during the past council meeting that provides a better description of the fisheries. So anyways, this is the draft purpose and need. Just as I mentioned, its purpose is to modify the definition included of that gear, including federal regulations to allow for the use of a larger number of hooks when fishing commercially for deep water snapper and groupers, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix FMPs. And the need, which is the problem, is then to ensure that commercial fishermen fishing for deep water snapper and groupers in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix can use the buoy gear with more than 10 hooks that is preferred by some fishermen while eliminating some user conflicts. And next slide. So these are the alternatives that are included, proposed alternatives that are included in the document. I will provide more detail of each one of these alternatives in further slides. But in the document that you previously saw, there were 2 alternatives. The first alternative is the no action. It's an alternative that it's always included in this document. This is the baseline, which is basically that the definition of buoy gear that is specified in 50 CFR 622.2 would be retained, that there will be no changes to what we currently have in there. Then we have alternative 2, which you at the last April meeting, you also chose as a preferred, is modifying that definition as it applied to the commercial sector harvesting managed reef fish in the ECs of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John to allow up to 25 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end. Now, given that Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix fisheries are multi-species, we understand that fishermen may harvest other species while targeting deep water reef fish with buoy gear, and usually as incidental catch. And this could include council-managed pelagic species as well as non-managed species. So this alternative 2 then could be a little problematic for commercial fishermen who on that same trip are harvesting deep water reef fish, but they are also are harvesting with that gear council managed pelagics or non-managed species, because this means that they will not be able to retain any species other than those council managed reef fish that were harvested with buoy gear if the buoy gear contains more than 10 hooks per line. So this alternative 2 would make enforcement of this regulation somewhat difficult if there are interventions with buoy gear that has more than 10 hooks for if there are managed reef fish and other species. And obviously this is something that we haven't, we didn't consider before, but to avoid those enforcement complications and those unintended consequences or restrictions to those fishermen that are harvesting multiple species on that trip, the IPT, which is the interdisciplinary planning team, is proposing a new alternative for council consideration. That's alternative 3, that it will be new. And what this alternative 3 does is to modify that definition of buoy gear in 50 CFR 622.2 as it applies to the U.S. Caribbean EEC to allow the use of up to 25 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end. And I will explain a little bit more about this in the next slides, what U.S. Caribbean EEC means. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so just very briefly, alternative 1, no action. One of the specific requirements under this definition is that buoy gear that is being used federal waters cannot contain more than 10 hooks. So in those components of each one of the island-based fishery management plans, fisheries, where buoy gear is an authorized gear, for example, the commercial sector harvesting managed reef fish, which is that deep water snapper and grouper fisheries, the fishers must limit the gear to 10 hooks. This is the current situation. This is what we have in our regulations. Next slide. And then alternative 2, modify the definition just for the commercial sector. It will be increased the number of hooks up to 25. Those fishing commercial in federal waters for managed reef fish can legally use the gear configuration employed by some, the preferred by some in Puerto Rico waters, most in Puerto Rico water and to a less extent in U.S. Virgin Island. And this alternative will just apply to those fishing commercially for managed reef fish species. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, so this alternative 2, like it could be a little problematic for those that are harvesting other species incidentally. We all know that, and as you all have told us, that deep water snapper fishery is very specialized, and you guys are targeting mostly deep water snappers and occasionally some groupers. However, you also notified us that there is incidental catch of different species, although it's in very small numbers. So this alternative would allow because it would apply not just to the commercial sector harvesting reef fish, it would allow to the U.S. Caribbean EEC would increase. I think I lost did I lose the presentation? Okay, thank you. It would, so basically the buoy gear would be authorized under this alternative to those fisheries where in our 50 CFR 622 regulation is authorized for. And those are commercial harvest of reef fish and pelagic species in the island base of MPs, and the commercial and recreational harvest of, and I'm sorry, I have the kids in the background, I apologize for that. Harvest of non-FMP species and non-managed pelagic species in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. John. So Let me explain a little bit more about this. Give me a moment. So this is not different to what we have currently in the regulations. The buoy gear that, as is currently defined in the regulation, is an authorized gear for not only managed species, but also for some, non-FMP species. And why we are talking about non-FMP species, which are not managed by the council, is because the Magnuson-Stevens Act gives the councils and names the authority to regulate fishing activity to support the conservation and management of the fisheries. And this could include regulations that pertain to fishing for non-managed species. For example, the regulations in the Caribbean do this in a number of places. For example, when we state that all fishing is prohibited in a particular area that are important to manage species, for example, in a spawning area. And we have seen this in, I believe, in Abril La Sierra and Tourmaline, where when there are closures, all fishing is prohibited, but that includes, all fishing includes species that are managed by the council and species that are not. For example, in other places, when the regulation says that an explosive may not be used to fish in the Caribbean, in the Gulf, or in the South Atlantic Sea, that is a prohibition that applies to all fishing and not just fishing for managed species. So with that, I'm just trying to clarify why this particular instance in the regulation talks about non-FMPs. So specifying allowable gears for non-managed fisheries is another way to limit bycatch of managed species and generally protect habitat for managed species. So in this case, there will be managed and unmanaged fisheries. That means listed as FMP or as non-FMP fisheries, and buoy gear is an authorized gear in both of those fisheries. So if we're going to change the definition of buoy gear, like we're proposing to do in this alternative, it would apply to all of those that are included in there. And I do want to make a clarification, and this is not just for this alternative, this is also the current situation, is that the buoy gear definition that is included in 50 CFR 622.2, it doesn't apply to fishing or possession of HMS species. HMS species are bounded by a different set of regulations that are specified in 635. So the MSA, the Magnuson-Stevens says that the secretary has authority over any HMS fishery that is within the geographic area of more than one council, including the Caribbean. And the HMS species are defined as tunas, marlin, oceanic sharks, sailfishes, and swordfish. And I'm bringing this up because it's very important for fishers for deep water fishers to follow the HMS regulations, to have the permits that they need to have for them to be able to harvest regulations. To harvest species that are HMS, for example, for the sharks. Can you go please to the next slide? Okay, so just to summarize what I just presented, so there were 3 alternatives. One of the alternatives has just been proposed by the IPT for council consideration. But in summary, alternative 2, which is the one that modifies the buoy gear definition just for reef fish harvest, commercial, and alternative 3, which is the one that would apply to everywhere where the buoy gear is an authorized gear under our federal regulations, would both increase the maximum number of hooks that can be used with buoy gear to 25 per line. This will depend obviously on the target and location. Location can be Puerto Rico, USVI, islands of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And also which species are going to be targeted, either the targeted species, deep water snapper or not, or other incidental species that are going to be retained. And the contrast with alternative 1, which is the current situation that maintains the limit at 10 hooks. So alternative 2 only affects fishermen fishing commercially for managed reef fish with authorized buoy gear, while both alternatives 1 and 3 affect all fishers using authorized buoy gear in U.S. Caribbean waters. So this is basically the summary that we include, the kind of analysis that we include in the draft document. You're all invited to look at that draft document, and if you have any comments, please let me know. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I kept this presentation short because we have had during the past council meeting in April, we described the fisheries, and we also got a lot of comments about how these fisheries are conducted in each one of the islands, etc. So in this case, we have a couple of next steps that we want to take. That we would like the council to consider. For example, consider this new alternative 3, and if they want to pursue it, and the council to decide if there are any changes to the preferred alternative, and if changing, the council can provide a motion for that change. As just to remember that during the past council meeting, it was only 2 alternatives, and you selected alternative 2 of the preferred. If you would like to make any changes, this will be the time. And then after that is done, the interdisciplinary plan team will finalize the draft amendment, and the final amendment will be presented to the council at the December meeting for final action. The agenda said that there will be could be a potential final action taken on this meeting. However, the document is still, the council needs to consider this new alternative that was just proposed by the IPT. And the document needs to undergo further review before we are ready to bring it to the council for final action. The public can also, and the council can also have an opportunity for comment at the December meeting when we're scheduled to take final action for this amendment. And this is all I have. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Maria. Great presentation. And for sure, I would like to hear from Nelson Crespo and from all the people that fish with this gear that are present. I'll ask for 5 minutes break and also to read and process the important information just presented. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back.
Yeah, Marcos?
Yes.
Can they leave up the new alternative 3 on the screen while we're on break?
Yes,
Marcos,
please.
when we come, in the fair race that you have a comment period, so when we come back after the break, whatever you need in the presentation will be shown on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Carlos. Hello, everyone. Good morning again. This is Marcos. It's 11:02, 5 minutes of break are due. We're going to start with Vanessa Ramirez that request the time for a question. And after Vanessa, we have Nelson on the queue. Vanessa. Vanessa, can you hear us? Let's go to Nelson Crespo. Then we come back to Vanessa. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Evaluating the alternative number 3, I think we should stay with the preferred alternative number 2 because allowing all sectors to fish for deep water snappers is not going to be easy. You know, if you're going to impact the fisheries, you know, more hard.
Maria, do you want to comment on what Nelson just said?
I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand what he said. Can you repeat, Nelson, please?
I mean, on alternative 3, allowing the recreational sectors to fish for deep water snapper with up to 25 hooks. That's correct?
No. So let me clarify alternative 3. What this would apply to. So alternative 3, this is, and as I mentioned earlier, this is not different than what is currently in the regulations. Everything that the current definition of buoy gears up to 10 hooks applies to. These are the fisheries that it apply. So when we do the island-based FMPs, we reorganize the regulations because we're dividing them by island. But and so I want to tell you exactly what this applies to. So hook and line, it's the buoy gear, it's included under the category of hook and line, right? So it's a hook and line time. So it's allowed for under the Puerto Rico management plan. It's allowed under the commercial fishery for the pelagic commercial fishery. Buoy gear is another one that it's a gear that it's allowed. And also for non-FMP pelagic fishery, which is something that the council does not manage, buoy gear is an allowed gear. For the commercial, Puerto Rico commercial fishery non-FMP, which are species that are not included in our FMPs that are harvested commercial, buoy gear is an allowed gear. And for the Puerto Rico recreational non-FMP species, buoy gear is an allowable gear. So those are the species that we do not manage, the council does not manage. However, buoy gear is an allowed gear for that. So in this alternative, the rationale for this alternative is that you have expressed, the fishers have expressed that when they harvest deep water snapper and groupers, sometimes they incidentally catch other species and they would like to retain them. Under alternative 2, the modification of the buoy gear for up to 25 hooks, if the fisher is going to use more than 10 hooks, it has to be only for harvest of reef fish. And when I said managed reef fish, I'm talking about the deep water snappers and groupers that you guys harvest with this particular gear. If you catch any other species incidentally and you want to retain those species and you're using that hook which has more than 10 hooks, you're not going to be able to retain them. You can retain them if you're using less than 10 hooks, because that's what we have in the current regulations. So this alternative 3 would allow you to retain those incidental species, of course, the ones that are not prohibited, but with using this hook. with this, I'm sorry, this up to 25 hooks. Does that clarify some, Nelson?
Go ahead,
Now I
Nelson.
understand. Now I understand. It's, saying that we should move we should select to alternative 3 as preferred.
Thank you, Nelson, for the participation. Next one is Vanessa.
Thank you, Marcos. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I think that already with the explanation that Maria gave, I clarify what I was to ask. So thanks. I also go for alternative 3.
Thank you, Vanessa. We have Carlos, then Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, boy, here. Get my notes here. Maria, I want to talk maybe specifically about the recreational sector. So I'm a recreational fisherman, an ardent recreational fisherman. And I believe I should be managed. So are recreational fishers allowed to use the 10 hooks with gear attached to the vessels, but not buoy gears? That's my first question.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not buoy gear, the buoy gear is not attached to the boat. So right. I mean, in federal waters, recreational fishers can use hand line, rod and reel, right. Spears, etc. Right. So buoy gear is not allowed gear. That depends on how you call it. If you have a rod and reel, if you're fishing with a rod and reel, you're legal. Right. So I don't know what is the configuration of the recreational that you have.
No, yeah, they use the gear attached to the vessel or something with like a pulley kind of rig with a big spool on it that goes to the bottom, but it's still attached to the boat. It's not a buoy gear. But I'm kind of concerned about allowing a wreck fisher to harvest just as much fish as a commercial guy. And I don't know if maybe we can consider attaching a bag limit to the wreck fisher. And I'm not really sure what other species that are not managed that is like that deep, that depth of water that they're catching as incidentals. I'm not sure. Maybe right. It's yeah.
So okay, so if I may, Mr. Chair, so this action is not, none of the alternatives are going to be increasing the number of hooks that a recreational fisher can be used. This is for the commercial harvest of managed reef fish of all the other species. When alternative 3 talks about commercial or recreational harvest of non-FMP species, these are species that we, the council, are not managing. And these are species, for example, that species that are not basically not included in our fishery management plans. So, for example, when we had the reef fish FMP, each one of the FMPs have a lot of species, and the number of species that are managed under each one of the plans is very reduced. So, if there are any species that are not included and recreational fisher harvest those species with buoy gear, they're allowed to do that. Now, let me clarify. Buoy gear, so buoy gear is in the U.S. Virgin Islands. My understanding is that it's not used by many persons.
No.
So, but this alternative 3, and you're correct. If the council goes with this alternative will allow those recreational fishers that are fishing for non-FMP species to fish with up to 25 hooks instead of 10. Not for the commercial harvest of managed reef fish, just for species that are not managed.
Which is kind of difficult to do. If you're fishing at 1,200 feet, you're going to catch queen snapper. And then what, are they supposed to release those?
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot retain, I mean, you have 25 hooks, deep water snapper. I'm sorry. You know what? There's a recreational. I forgot about this. There's a recreational back limit for harvest of reef fish. So they would have to be they're abide by that.
Yeah.
Let's not
Yeah.
forget that.
Right. But Queen Snapper.
Carlos, if I may, let Jocelyn clarify. Maybe she have more to clarify this question. She have her hand up.
All right.
Sure. So I think what Maria was saying is accurate, that we need to just know where buoy gear is an authorized gear. And then under alternative 3, where we change the definition of buoy gear when you're in the EEZ, that means buoy gear what buoy gear is changes. So it would go from 10 to 25 hooks, and that would be the case for every place buoy gear is authorized. So right now, buoy gear is not listed when fishing recreationally for managed reef fish. So they wouldn't be able to use any buoy gear, 10 hooks under a current definition. If it were to change to 25, still wouldn't be able to use it because buoy gear is not authorized when fishing recreationally for managed reef fish under the island-based FMPs. But as Maria had said, there is a category called non-FMP fisheries, and the recreational participants in those non-FMP fisheries can use buoy gear. So under alternative 3, if we change the definition of buoy gear, just in general, then that would mean that authorized buoy gear for the non-FMP recreational fishers would allow them to use up to 25 hooks. Now, I don't know what those species are that we don't manage, but as Maria mentioned, there were a number that we took out of management. And really the reason, as Maria had explained for alternative 3, is this bycatch issue. So if we change the definition of buoy gear only when fishing commercially for managed reef fish, and you have bycatch of a non-managed species, you go check the gear table and you say, okay, what fishery is this? All right, this would be the non-FMP commercial fishery. It says buoy gear. This gear actually isn't buoy gear, because buoy gear for that fishery is 10 hooks, whereas buoy gear for the managed fishery is 25. So that means the non-managed species would be caught with an unauthorized gear. And as Maria said, that would mean they would, need to be thrown back for being harvested with an unauthorized gear. So one way to solve for that is to say, well, we can change what buoy gear is for all fisheries where buoy gear is allowed. So if you are fishing commercially and there's bycatch of a non-managed species, can you fish that with buoy gear? If the answer is yes, then what does buoy gear mean? Oh, it's the same thing, irrespective of the fishery you're operating in. It's those 25 hooks, and then you can retain that species. So it's trying to just make it so that there's a consistent definition of what is buoy gear. But things that you should consider are, how much is bycatch an issue? How much problem could we create if we're allowing more hooks across different fisheries? One thing Maria did mention, which is important too, is that there is a bag limit for recreational fishers of the managed snappers, groupers, and parrotfish. So that would sort of, even if you're allowed to use more hooks, you wouldn't be able to retain more species. But again, for the managed species, buoy gear is not allowed when fishing recreationally for the managed reef fish. So it is a little tricky figuring out where we're changing things, but the idea behind alternative 3 is that it's a consistent definition of buoy gear across all fisheries, which should allow more retention of bycatch where that fishery, the bycatch fishery, has buoy gear as an authorized gear.
Yeah. I want to correct myself because I do remember that there's a five snapper bag limit. So I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Carlos. I have a follow-up question on this, just for me to totally understand. If the word commercial and recreational harvests or non-FMP, what is on the screen now, recreational is eliminated from that. There is any legal complication, any problems by doing that? Because the council in the past expressed the interest for this gear to be a commercial fishing gear. Maybe I'm going around, but I just want to make sure, Jocelyn.
Sure. So as Maria mentioned with the way that we manage, there are a number of rules that are in place to protect the managed fisheries that apply outside of the managed fishery. So you can limit the gear used to fish for non-managed species because that could benefit the managed species. So Maria went through a couple examples where we have closed seasons for all fishing because it benefits essential fish habitat or spawning of managed species. So we can think about what gears it would be appropriate to allow in the non-managed fisheries. Potentially that could be to protect EFH, potentially that could be to, as a way to ensure we're not going to have overfishing. So there are opportunities to adjust the gears that are allowed. But right now in the table that has the allowable gears, it does say for the commercial and recreational non-FMP fisheries, buoy gear is authorized. And for those non-managed fisheries, there's no bag limits, for example. So persons could go fish with buoy gear. Right now it's 10 hooks for non-managed species recreationally. And I'm not sure if that's a problem for the managed species. I'm not sure if that's a problem for habitat, but that's the state of the law. And then we need to figure out if we need to change that and whether we should allow even more hooks potentially, which could have the potential for more bycatch. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's possible if you're increasing the number of hooks.
Yeah, thank you, Jocelyn. I would like, Tony, you are next on line, but I would like to hear from Andy. That maybe we're going to have the benefit of having his input before your participation. Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos, or Marcos. So following up on, I guess, Carlos's comment and Jocelyn's comments, I had similar concerns with regard to the potential for recreational harvest, and I recognize that obviously this is authorized under current regulations, so we would just be kind of repeating the current regulations. Wondering if the council is interested and would want to have a discussion about prohibiting, buoy gear for recreational harvest in the EZ, regardless if it's managed fishery or not. Certainly that to me seems like something that would be of interest, even though there are constraints on the bag limit. Buoy gear is obviously not typically used as a recreational fishing gear. The other, I guess, question maybe directed best at Maria and the IPT would be, the issue was brought forward specific to kind of deep water snapper and increasing the number of hooks. If we apply this to all of the fisheries and not just reef fish, or at least reef fish and pelagics, is there any concerns or potential for increased effort directed at those species because of the use of buoy gear and more hooks being used?
So Andy, to answer your question, we don't expect a change because the fishery has been conducting this way for some time. We don't really have a good separation between what is harvested in state waters versus federal waters. And there is not a limit to the hooks that can be used in state waters. So our landings are going to be reflecting the current use, right? So we are, obviously, if they are some fishers that are currently using up to 10 hooks and they want to increase to 25, they could be an increase in effort. But based on the information that we have received at different council meetings, this is not expected. At least for deep water reef fish, the fishery, this is a very specialized fishery, and the number of hooks that are used depend on current, weather conditions and experience of the fishermen. You know, the gear is expensive, so there's a lot of considerations that are done when for a decision to increase the number of hooks. With respect to other fishers, for other species, based on the landings and what we have seen, from what we can get from the landings, at least for Puerto Rico, the 85% of the landings that are with bottom line, which is not necessarily just buoy gear, it's bottom line, but buoy gear is included in that category. It's consists of queen snapper and silk snapper. So it's a very, very low percentage of the current landings for that it's other species. So we don't necessarily know how many people are currently using more than 10 hooks in federal waters, but it's uncertain how much the effort will change by doing this increase. But certainly, if the council wants to consider that we evaluate other alternatives, we can certainly do that in the IPT.
Thank you, Maria. Yes, Jocelyn?
Thank you, Marcos. I was going to say that the document that the regional office and council staff and IPT prepared for this meeting does note, that it's possible that some folks are using more than 10 hooks, but because we don't know that with certainty, okay, and that would be not in compliance with the law, what are the effects of allowing up to 25 hooks? So we assume that there's compliance with the law, but evaluate, what happens if we increase the number of hooks 2.5 times? How does that affect effort? Because there's a lot of different, as you all know better than I do, factors that go into how you fish this gear. So if there was only 10 hooks that were in use at a given time, perhaps more sets would be deployed. So maybe if you're allowed to have 25 hooks per set, perhaps then you would set fewer sets. I also understand there's issues with current and various conditions as to how many hooks one would put on a set. So it's not necessarily the case that persons would always want to use up to 25 hooks. So it seems like there's a lot of uncertainty about how the gear is fished and how it might change over time. And the document that was prepared tries to address that by saying, well, if we're assuming that folks are using 10 hooks and now we're allowing them up to 25, this is what we assume could be the case. But, if any of these assumptions aren't accurate, then the effects could potentially be less. But sort of a worst case scenario is that this could mean that there's, 2.5 times the amount of hooks. And if the soak times are the same and the amount of sets are the same, then that could potentially be 2.5 times the amount of fishing pressure, which could increase the amount of bycatch. But I don't know that there's a linear relationship between the hooks in the water and the bycatch. So it's just something that's in the document, just trying to figure out what really are the consequences to other species. And then also we want to understand if there's any consequences to the physical environment, to the bottom. And when we discussed this gear in the past, we've looked at whether or not it impacts the bottom, and have decided, based on the floats and everything and the requirements for the length of the line, that there's not a ton of impacts to the bottom. But that's also something that we would need to think about, and that's addressed in the document that was prepared for this meeting.
Marcos, one point in hot pursuit of this.
Yes.
Okay, the issue with this is that the commercial fishers are already using 25 hooks per line, not 10. And in essence, all of them are in violation of the Act as it is. And that's why correspondence from several fishers has indicated so. And the chairs of the DAPs also reported that that's the case in the case of the USB and Puerto Rico. So whether this is something doubling the hooks is okay. Academically, it's okay, but the issue is not that. The issue is that they're already using it they're in violation of the act as written. So what is the council is going to do? Can we or not allow the use of 25 hooks? And of course, what Jocelyn is saying is that we need to check whether the environment is affected or not. But the environment will be affected if we are using 10 and then we are doubling in the future, but that's not the case. We are already affecting the environment with 25 hooks already. So that's what we need to decide. And the question will be whether we need to reduce that or keep it at 10 or not. Anyway, just for the record, those are some of the issues that I've been discussing with the fishers.
Thank you. We have Tony, then Graciela, then Carlos have a question for Andy.
Well, I could see benefit on both sides. I agree with Miguel that if there are more impact to the fish legally to do so. The other part of it is I could see on the side of the bycatch with having so many hooks that your bycatch may increase. But I can't answer that because I don't think we have the data and the books to show what kind of bycatch comes out of this type of fishery. So to be honest with you, I really don't know which way to go. Because if we don't have the data stating what kind of impacts we have to the fishery as looking at bycatch, we already have 25 hooks in the water according to what Miguel stated that the fishery use. I think before moving forward in any direction, we need to have some type of survey done, or we need to get some kind of data stating what kind of bycatch comes out of this type of fishery before we decide anything. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Tony. To your point, there is information on the landings in Puerto Rico, and we addressed a little bit on the. Thank you very much for your concern about the bycatches on this fishery. What is also true is that it's a fishery that is very specific and related in terms of percentage of the landings on queen snapper, yellow eye, and the other species of deep water snapper. And from my personal point of view, I'm not really too concerned about extra bycatch or anything besides of what is already happening. And I think the IPT and the people that work did a great job on this analysis. I just want to add that I comment that what Andy just mentioned about the prohibition of the buoy gear to the recreational, either here or in any other method or venue, we should consider depending what they suggest or recommend us to pursue that, because the council have been expressing the interest of making the buoy gear a commercial gear more than anything. Graciela?
No, Mr. Chair, you already discussed what I had to ask.
Thank you. Carlos, have a question to Andy?
Yeah, and Marcos, you just mentioned it also, but I agree with Andy that we need to have a discussion on maybe prohibiting buoy gear for the wreck fisher. And like I said before, I'm a wreck fisher. If you open the door, I'm going to walk right through. And, you know, it's easier for a wreck fisher to use buoy gear with 10 hooks. He can deploy 10 buoys faster than a commercial guy with 25 hooks. It'll take him a lot longer. And they don't use that many buoys. They only put out about maybe 4 or 5. So I think we need to have a discussion like what Andy said and look at the wreck fisher's ability to fish like a commercial guy.
Andy, question for you. Which way you recommend us to address this other part of the story, which is making the buoy gear just for commercial.
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. And I'll look to Jocelyn as well to weigh in here. Because we are modifying the definition of buoy gear and increasing the hooks, I think we have the door open at this point to also modify other aspects of that definition. And so what you see on the screen is currently reflected in the definition for buoy gear. And I think we could strike "and recreational," and that would address the concern about recreational harvest of non-FMP species with buoy gear. And it would be focused solely on commercial harvest for both our managed species and non-managed species.
Jocelyn, you want to weigh in?
Yes, thank you. I think we might want to have another action in the document to adjust the allowable gears so that we could change to remove buoy gear as an allowable gear in the recreational non-FMP fishery. That would be one way to do it. Otherwise, we kind of get into changing the definition of buoy gear. So we'd say buoy gear when fishing for, you know, X species, Y species, Z species means this, and that can be a little bit more confusing. So if we don't actually want buoy gear to be allowed with any number of hooks, or in particular with 25 hooks, maybe that we remove it from the authorized gears in the table for the recreational non-FMP. I will note that buoy gear right now is an allowed gear for the commercial non-FMP fishers. And again, I don't know an example of one of those species that's not managed that might be caught with buoy gear, but yeah, we can also rethink where buoy gear is allowed and then how we want to define that. I think that would be appropriate. And if we're adjusting the fisheries where buoy gear is allowed, I'd recommend doing that in a different action.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Miguel, you're asking for a turn to speak?
No, you want me to speak? I can say something.
No, I'm sorry. I have
Andy's hand is still on, so Andy can lower his hand if he finished. But then the council should instruct the staff to pursue this alternative language that Jocelyn is talking about. So we pinpoint the issue of recreational fishers not being allowed to use the buoy gear.
Yes. And before I agree with you, let's instruct the staff to do so. And also from my expertise and knowledge about this issue about the buoy gear and this fishery, and after talking to many fishermen, I think the new alternatives that was presented are on the right track of addressing the issue, the ones that was presented today, the two new alternatives.
Marcos Nelson Crespo is coming in and out. Apparently he having some audio problem, but he wanted to turn to speak before. If he's in, maybe we'd allow him to talk.
Okay, we have then Nelson and Maria to close up. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just agree with what Carlos says regarding the commercials. The recreation or something.
Okay.
Thank
So now we have
you.
Edward Schuster. Eddie, his hand is up.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes. Go ahead, Eddie.
Okay, Edward Schuster, DAP Chair, St. Croix. I'm in agreement with what Carlos said and Nelson said. This fishery or this method of fishing was developed by commercial fishers and adopted or copied by recreational fishers. So it'd be unfair, highly unfair, to not allow the buoy gear as a method of fishing. It was a trade secret that was given up by fishers. Just in conversation to allow the council to know how they fish this type of fish and the method and the way of they fish it. And now it's adopted by the recreational fishers. So I would be in agreement to not allow recreational fishers to utilize this gear to impact the fishery. And like we said, as DAP chairs, it's a very expensive fishery. You could go 2 weeks. Your effort is there, the fish are there, but the conditions don't allow the fish to bite. And when the perfect conditions are there, the fishers use only one buoy at a time if the bite is on. So allowing the recreational fishers not to use it, I would be in agreement to that. Only commercial fishers to utilize this gear. Thanks.
Thank you. Maria?
Yes, and this is Maria Lopez with Zero. I want to thank everybody for your comments. This is very, very useful for the development of this action. As I mentioned earlier, obviously we're still in the development, and if the council desires to the IPT to include either a new action or a new alternative, a new sub-option, we can definitely look into that. What we're going to do is, if you give us the go, we are going to have a meeting with our IPT, present the points that were brought up at this meeting, and then we are going to come up with a way to address the recreational use of buoy gear for non-managed species. How we end up doing it, as if it's as a separate action or sub-option or another alternative, or modifying the alternative, is something that we can decide later. But the important thing is that we can incorporate all the suggestions that you have and the recommendations, and making sure that it's included in the document. I just want to clarify, as I said earlier, the current definition of buoy gear that we have in the regulations, it does not, it's for the commercial harvest of reef fish. It doesn't include recreational harvest, and this is managed reef fish. So the issue that is being brought up today is regarding the recreational harvest of non-FMP species. And when I say non-FMP species, let me give you an example. There are some jacks that are not managed on our FMPs that could be caught as a bycatch or an incidental catch while pursuing this fishery, for example. So that will be something like that. So we will be addressing that in the document for your if you guys desire to do that.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Do you need a motion? Do you need anything else from us now?
Sorry. I don't think we need a motion for this. I think it's pretty clear what our the instructions are. I mean, they're on the record. Jocelyn, did you? I'm going to get some legal counsel on this. Do you think a motion is necessary at this point?
We don't necessarily need a motion, but just wanted to confirm, that the council intent is to have the IPT look at ways to potentially address where buoy gear is allowed as a gear, as well as how that gear is defined. So with 10 hooks versus 25 hooks. So if we're sort of asking folks to go back to the drawing board and come up with additional options for discussion at the next meeting, and that's clear, then I think we can move on without a motion. But if you wanted, you could have a motion just to say, direct staff to look into options for considering where buoy gear is authorized and the appropriate definition.
Marcos, you don't need a motion as per the comments from Jocelyn and Maria. Just say, so the council instruct the staff to pursue this. And also you need to ask whether there is any other comment before closing the comment period. And then we'll move to the next item.
And any more comments addressing the comment period time that we have reserved for this? Hearing none, I think the record is clear. We can pass to the next item on the agenda.
The record is clear that the council wished the IPT to continue the work to incorporate the discussion as of today regarding recreational features.
Correct.
Okay, so next.
Final, the next item on the agenda is final action to submit the generic framework amendment to the Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix management plans for spiny lobster.
Good morning. This is Sarah Stevenson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Leah, for driving for me. This presentation will provide a look at the final draft version of the framework amendment to the island-based fishery management plans. Next slide. Version 3 of the framework amendment and the corresponding changes that would be made to the regulations are available on the council's website for your review. Next slide, please. At the April 2021 regular meeting, the council reviewed the draft framework amendment to each island-based FMP, which would update the spiny lobster management reference points following the accepted CDAR 57 stock assessments, and the stocks change from Tier 4 to Tier 3 under the ABC control rule included in each FMP. Under Action 1, the council reviewed alternatives for setting overfishing limits, or OFLs, acceptable biological catches, ABCs, and annual catch limits, ACLs, for the years 2021 to 2023. Alternatives included a variable catch approach in which the OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs would change each year, and a constant catch approach in which the values would be the same each year for 2021 to 2023. Under Action 2, the council reviewed alternatives for revising the years of landings data used to trigger an accountability measure, an AM, for spiny lobster from the process described in the island-based FMPs. Alternatives including using a 3-year average of landings and a single year of landings as the AM trigger. Although it was not included as an action, the framework amendment would also update the maximum sustainable yield, the overfish status determination criteria, and the overfishing status determination criteria for spiny lobster in each island area based on outcomes from the CDAR 57 stock assessments. Next, please. For Action 1, the council selected Alternative 3 as the preferred approach for setting OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs for spiny lobster for each FMP. This approach sets constant catch values for the years 2021 to 2023. The action included sub-alternatives for the council to set the ACL from the ABC, and the council selected subalternative 3B, which set the spiny lobster ACL at 95% of the ABC for each island. Council intent is to ask the Science Center to conduct an interim assessment for spiny lobster to update reference points such as the OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs for each island, which would require a subsequent amendment be developed. The hope would be to have those updated reference points in place in time for the 2024 fishing season. However, in the event that rulemaking for that subsequent amendment is not in place by 2024, the SSC recommended ABCs for years 2024 and later, from which the ACLs for those years were derived using that same 95% buffer. The table lists the ACLs for 2021 to 2023, and then for 2024 and later, again, in that event that the updated values are not in place by year 2024. Next slide, please. For Action 2, the council selected Alternative 2 as the preferred alternative for the AM trigger, which would use the average of the most recent 3 years of spiny lobster landings to trigger an AM under each FMP. So an AM would be triggered if average landings exceeded the average ACLs in place during those years. The years of landings used to trigger an AM could be adjusted to account for the best scientific information available. The table below illustrates the years of spiny lobster landings that could be used to trigger an AM under this preferred alternative for each fishing year. In the second column, the years of recent landings used are based on the assumption that the final landings are not available until 2 years after the year in which the fishing occurred. So you can see for fishing year 2022, the most recent landings available would be from 2020. And so the 3-year average used to evaluate whether an AM needs to be triggered would be the 3-year average from year 2018 to 2020. And then you can see how each year progresses after that. Next slide, please. And then for next steps in the amendment process, following any questions from this presentation, the council could vote to submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for implementation. The council could give staff permission to make non-substantive changes, editorial changes in the amendment, and give the council chair permission to review those changes and submit the amendment. CRO staff would then start the rulemaking process. The proposed rule would include a 30-day comment period for the public to provide comments. And as mentioned before, since this is an amendment to the island-based FMPs, the final rule for the amendment would likely occur in early 2022 once those FMPs are in place and implemented. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Yes.
Next slide.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Before I pass the word, I want to ask you this about the AM part. This is a good time to discuss because once we decide which month gonna be used to start the AM, the close of days of the AM, we was not thinking about each island in specific, was Caribbean or the whole US EEZ.
Marcos?
Yes.
If I may, this is the time for final action on the presentation that you received from Sarah. So at this time, you need to open the comment period. And then during the comment period, ask all the people present whether they have any comment regarding this presentation. And then you need to have a motion to take final action. That motion, because it's going to the secretary with the caveat of the last slide, then will have to be a roll call vote for this motion. Just to let you know what we're supposed to do.
Yes, I'm going to do that. I was just asking because I need to know where or when we can address the date for Puerto Rico if the council intend to do in the future, to readjust or to revisit the dates for the implementation of AMs.
Hi, Marcos. This is. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, this is Sarah. Were you asking specifically about if an AM is triggered and applied those closure dates starting from September 30th forward to the year? Is that what you were referring to, like when the AM would occur?
This is what I'm referring to, yes.
Okay, so the council can obviously discuss that. That would need to be through another amendment. This amendment that we're doing retains the regulations as written for AMs, how they're applied, including that September 30th forward through the year. And then if that's not enough time, starting with October 1st and moving towards the end of the year, that will remain as specified in the island-based FMPs until such time it's amended. But that was not included in this particular amendment. So that would require another amendment.
Okay, thank you. Maria?
You have Andy for with his hands up.
Sorry, Marcos, are you asking me?
I think you was asking for turn to speak, or Andy?
No,
Is
no, that was
it's
all.
Andy.
Yeah, Sarah's covered most of what I was going to say. And so that to me needs to be taken up in a separate action if the council wants to reconsider when the accountability measures are triggered. So we're more than happy to discuss, obviously, the accountability measure and what transpired this year. And then council can consider whether or not they want to pursue an additional action to the one we're taking final action on today.
Okay, let's focus on what was presented then. Thank you for the clarification. We can discuss about this later on. Council members, any comment, any questions about the presentation?
If not, we have Andy again. I don't know whether he still has his hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, Marcos, that I am supportive of the current preferred alternatives and recommend that we proceed to final action with no changes to the preferred alternatives.
That's a motion from you?
That's my recommendation. Obviously, wanted to hear if there's other council discussion.
Yes. Any other comments or discussion? Anybody else?
You got Tony Blanchard.
Tony?
So move.
Okay, we need the language that was proposed. Christina, can you put on the screen the language that is proposed? I believe that the intention of the council is very clear following the discussion by, okay. Mr. Chairman, that's what we have on the screen. It's the proposed language for the motion. The council moved to approve the generic framework amendment to the fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and John, and St. Croix. Modification of Spiny lobster management reference points with the selected preferred alternative and to submit the framework amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for implementation. So the question is to Andy and Tony if this language reflects what the intent of what they want to do, and then we will have to have a roll call vote for this particular motion.
Yes, just for the record, Andy, this is your motion. You accept the language there? Thank you.
Yes, I accept the language.
Thank you. And
Tony,
do you accept the language? Do you second?
Tony may have some audio problems.
Yeah, he second before. I just want to make sure.
Okay, so now the for this motion in particular, you have to have a roll call vote. That means that is there no discussion, then each council member have to vote after indicating his name or her name.
There is any further discussion? We didn't hear before too. Anybody against? Any abstention?
No, Marcos, you have to have a roll call
I'm still waiting to
vote.
see the language show up and not show up yet.
Okay, Tony, let me read the language carefully again. The council moved to approve the generic framework amendment to the fishery management plans for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix. Modification of the Spiny lobster management reference points with the selected preferred alternative, and to submit the framework amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for implementation. The language officiates what make it official what Andy proposed before and the one that you second. So if you agree with the language, now we have to have a roll call vote.
Tony, do you agree?
Yes, I was seeing the presentation and never showed up on the screen. Motion. I see it now. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Tony.
So,
we're
Mr.
gonna
Chairman,
start.
please.
Yes, we're gonna make a vote. Tony, your vote, please.
Yes.
Carlos?
Carlos Verchetti, yes.
Vanessa,
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Nicole,
Go to the next
USVI,
one.
Damaris,
Damaris, yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Marcos, yes. We're just missing Nicole, audio problem. Can you hear us now, Nicole?
Nicole is not in.
Is not in?
No. So
We have in favor, we have
6 for
Damaris,
absent.
Marcos, Andy, Tony, Carlos, and Vanessa, and one abstention, and one absent. I'm
One
sorry.
absent. Mhm.
Absent. Motion carries.
Okay. Lehigh, so later for the record, we can add the language that incorporates the names of the voting members. We are
This is-
ready for the next item, Mr. Chairman.
This is Carlos. Nicole just sent me a text that her internet went off in her office. So I would.
So is she in favor?
She's in favor, yes.
Okay, let the record show then that Nicole and Jerry also vote in favor, so it's unanimously.
Yes, thank you, Carlos, for the help with the technical support there, keeping the communication clear.
Then,
And,
Mr. Chairman, you can either have a lunch now or take the CIMAC Caribbean. It's up to you. The lunch
Yes.
was for 12:30, 1:30, so please let us know.
Yes, let's start the lunch now, unless, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I apologize. This is Nicole Angeli. The internet went out in our office just as the roll call started. So my apologies. And thank you for moving forward, but I would vote in favor of the motion 1.
We have that registered already. Thank you for weighing in and being able to say so. Thank you. The presentation of CMAP, JJ Cruz is around.
Actually, sorry for interrupting, Marcos. This is Sarah. There were a couple additional considerations for the council specific to the spiny lobster amendment that I had on my last slide. For instance, does the council want to give permission to staff to make non-substantive editorial changes, and then also give permission to the council chair to review those changes and then submit? So just a couple more things for the council to consider.
Yes. Do we have a motion for that?
Document Lehigh.
Motion 2, the council moves, this motion is presented by whom, Sarah?
But nobody at this time, just we need to have a council member to have the motion.
Nicole Angeli, motion the council moves to allow staff to make editorial non-substantive changes to the spiny lobster generic framework amendment. Any changes will be reviewed by the council chair.
Thank you, Nicole. Any second?
Carlos Verchetti, second.
Then at this time, you don't need a roll call. You can say if no opposition, the motion carries. Marcos, you're muted.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Tony
There is a
Tony
proposition.
Tony is raising his hand.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, the only problem I have with that is I really believe it has to be looked over after the changes it should be looked over by the full council. Because this is a
No.
council decision.
No, Tony, in this case, the council decision is already made. These comment are not substantive changes. That means, you know, a comma here, a period over there, but the essence what the council approves already in the motion. So just trust the staff of the regional office and Graciela, they would not deviate from the council intent in this case.
Okay.
Don't worry, Tony, rest assured, if we find something that you may not like, we will present it to you immediately.
Well, thank you, Miguel and Tony. Any further discussion? Any council member against? Hearing none, motion carries. The next important item, Sarah, the most important motion.
Is on the screen here for motion 3, and this would just give the council chair the council needs to deem the codified text, that regulatory text, the ACLs that would be changing for the regulations. You just need to agree to those changes and for implementing the amendment. They're on the briefing book, so I don't know if someone wants to pull that up so you can look at it.
Yes, we all have chance to look at the briefing book. Any council member wants to see that again, or we move along with the motion?
Sarah, can you explain what a codified text is, just for the record?
Right, so these are the regulations that actually get put into the ECFR, so the website that tells you what the regulations are. So the only thing that's really changing for spiny lobster from what the regulations are under the island-based FMPs are going to be updating the values for the ACLs, because those are the only management measures that get codified, so they get put in the ECFR. So does that answer your question?
Yes, and my point is, Mr. Chairman, that this is a technical thing that can be trusted again with the staff. They are not going to change anything that the council hasn't approved or discussed before. So in this case, that codified text will reflect officially what the council just agreed a minute ago.
Thank you, Miguel. And any council member would like to move the suggested language on the screen?
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
Second.
Second by Tony Blanchard. The motion 3 presented by Vanessa Ramirez, a second by Tony Blanchard, reads: the council moves to deem the codified text presented by the staff as necessary and appropriate for implementing the spiny lobster generic framework amendment. Any further discussion? Any comments? Anybody against it? Hearing none, motion carries. Sarah, that's it.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Miguel.
No, I was going to suggest that you may want to break for lunch, because I don't know whether Cruz Monta had already committed for something else at 1:30. So you can start the meeting promptly at 1:30 with that presentation.
Yeah, let's go for lunch now. Sounds like an idea. People will enjoy a little extra lunchtime. And thank you very much for a productive morning meeting. We are on schedule. We're going to start lunch now and come back at 1:30.
Hey, Marcos and Miguel, real quick. We talked about, obviously, the accountability measure for this year that was implemented, as well as the potential to revisit the accountability measure timing. At what point can we revisit that during today's council meeting?
We were thinking that at the enforcement section of Puerto Rico enforcement section, we wanted to discuss it. There are a couple of officials who wanted to join in the discussion, and they asked me for some time. I don't know, they are not here, but they asked me to for the turn to speak, the enforcement this afternoon. That will be at 2:30.
Okay,
Yes.
sounds
I
good.
want
Thank you.
to just to mention for the benefit of everybody, talking to fishermen that mainly divers that fish for conch and lobster, the problem of having the date that we have related to the AM of September 30 is that it go over the state water close seasons of conch, which is the two main species that they fish for, and there is a big socioeconomic adverse effect on this group of fishermen, especially on the southwest coast of Puerto Rico, and that's where that's the reason I made the question in the beginning. Thank you. I'm gonna break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you to all. Good afternoon, everyone. Audio check. Can you hear me?
Muy bien.
Yes, Marcos.
Marcos.
Thank you. Gracias.
Audio check, Tony Blanchard.
I can hear you very well, Tony. Thank you.
Hi, Tony.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 1:30 p.m. We're going to restart the afternoon section for the CFMC virtual meeting. And the next presentation we have online is the CMAP Caribbean Gold Copy by JJ Cruz Mota. JJ, are you available to present? Ready to
Hello,
present?
good afternoon, Marcos. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me share the screen with you. Oh, where is that? No, not here. Share screen. Here we go. Can you see the first slide in your screen?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Juan Jose Cruz Mota. I work at the Department of Marine Sciences at University of Puerto Rico. And from about last 2 years, year and a half, we have been working on compiling and collecting all CMAP-C data that we can get a hand of, and putting all that data together and trying to make it accessible to everybody. But before I start, I would like to give you a little bit of background on what is CMAP and the use that we can use of that data on EBFM approach. Very likely you all are aware of CMAP. There is a cooperative program with the main task of collecting, managing, and disseminating fishery independent data. Please note that in these background slides, I have bold few phrases or words, and those words will be important as we will focus on those as we go towards the end of the presentation. It is the data that we collect in CMAP in CMAP is supposed to be used to follow trends over time on trends of commercially important species. Not in CMAP-C, but in general in CMAP, also environmental parameters are collected. And some focus has been done on analyzing the community structure of fish assemblages in the region. The goals of CMAP are those that you can see on the screen. Out of those four, I would like to focus on number 1 and number 4. Number 1 is to collect and analyze data on economically and ecologically important species and their essential habitats to support stock assessment and management needs. And this is very important, with emphasis on ecosystem-based management. On the other hand, the goal number 4 is about to maximize the accessibility and coordination of fishery independent survey data. Please note these 4 goals were taken out of the 21-25 CMAP-C management plan. On the other hand, just to refresh all the work that we have been doing in terms of EBFM, EBFM is an holistic approach that recognizes all the interactions within an ecosystem, rather than considering a single species or issue in isolation. This approach requires new analytical tools that looks at the same time at multiple human impacts and multiple species. Finally, the last thing that I want to say about EBFM, we can say a lot of things, but the last thing that I want to pinpoint is that it's a strategic tool for exploring patterns of spatial differences and temporal changes of natural communities and their drivers, right? This tool can also be used to conduct risk assessment and ranking policy alternatives. I'm saying this because the EBFM approach is complementary to the traditional single species approach, for example, stock assessment, which is used for tactical management, like, for example, setting annual quotas, right? So now we're working in the council with this EBFM, which is not an alternative tool, but is a complement to what we have been already doing. The problem that triggered this project were two, or the issues were two. The first one was that CMAPC data has been collected since 1991, but was not easily available to stakeholders, and it was not used a lot for example, stock assessment. The second issue is that for some analysis, it was used for some analysis, but was criticized, or was the users of the data said that most of the data, most of the species, sorry, had low numbers. And for example, a lot of stock assessments could not be done with the CMAPC data. Actually, I'm going to put you an example of this. We are about to do a CDAR on queen triggerfish. And we have collected only on the database, there are only 94 individuals from 91 to 2019 for Puerto Rico. Out of those, half of those were collected in the last 3 years. I don't think that will be enough, numbers enough to conduct a stock assessment. And this is just an example of that critique. Here, I just want to say, that I just want to make a short comment on the low number issue, and is that in tropical assemblages or tropical natural communities, they are generally dominated by few species. Most of the species that you find in tropical assemblages, and the fish assemblages associated to our reef is not an exception, is that most of the species that you found in the community are rare. They have naturally low numbers. What you see in the screen is a dominance graph in which you have in the x-axis. Let me see if I can put a pointer here. You have here in the x-axis, species rank in terms of their relative abundance. And in the y-axis is you have, well, that an indication of that relative abundance. Please note, right, that only 4 species make up more of that 5% of that relative abundance. The blue line is the east coast of Puerto Rico, and the red line is the west coast of Puerto Rico. Most of the 200 and so species, sorry, 100 and something species that were found in Puerto Rico are naturally rare. So in a community that has these characteristics, it will be really, really hard to get enough numbers to do stock assessment, not because we're not sampling hard enough, it's because naturally, most species in tropical assemblages are not that common. This is, I close the comment that I wanted to make about the small normals. No, it's just a combination of the tools we're using to sample these assemblages, plus a reality, a fact. Just if somebody's wondering what were the most abundant, I'm just putting here those species, 2 groupers and 1 snapper, 1 porgy. So the objectives of these projects then were to address those 2 issues. Was 1, to compile, curate, and make available all CMAP-C data, and 2, analyze temporal trends of that data using a multi-specific approach. Objective 1 was directly related to goal 1 of CMAP, which is maximize the accessibility of the data. And objective 2 was directly related, or it is directly related to goal number 4 of CMAP, which is to support management needs with emphasis on ecosystem-based management. And what comes next is an example of objective 1 and an example of objective 2. Objective 1, the database. First of all, I'm gonna tell you a few general characteristics of this database. It's a database that got information at individual level of size, weight, sex, and stage of the individual. Those asterisks mean that for sex and stage, not all entries have that data. That information was collected, was sampled using mainly 3 types of gears: traps, hand line, and long line. The characteristics of or the protocol, the specific method for each one of those have changed considerably through time, in terms of immersion time, number of hooks, length of the long line, etc., etc. Out of that information, then we can estimate make estimations of abundances and biomasses per species. And that information is discriminated by year, month, depth, habitat, sampling station, region, and others. Others is has an asterisk because we, in addition to the original factors considered in this database, we added other factors such as, for example, proximity to a nursery area, whether the data point is within an MPA or not, or, for example, distance to the closest fishing village. And those, we create those to be able to use this CMAP-C data in a EBFM context. But here in this table, few characteristics, very general characteristics. First line here, what is my, okay, first line, we got total number of individuals per region. Like here we have East Puerto Rico, West Puerto Rico, and the USVI. This is San Croix and San John all combined. Number of the species sampled through the years in each one of the regions. What year we started collecting data in each one of those. How many sampling stations all through the years. Number of singletons. I just wanted to single out this one because singletons is the number of species that were sampled only once. So we have only one individual through the data in the entire database. Please note that those percentage are relatively, it's a quarter of the species that we have reported. They have only one individual. And then obviously, I just wanted to mention this because obviously for assessment of absolute biomasses of abundances, that's totally, we cannot use that data. However, it can be used from an assemblage or description of the community point of view, since we know at least that that species is present in that community. And that's a lot, it has a lot of ecological implications. Just remember that the function of a community is directly related with the diversity, regardless of the relative abundances, right? So these give us an important data on diversity, even though we cannot use that data for abundance estimates. As per today, this is the status of compilation, 100% for Puerto Rico. We're still almost done for the USVI, trying to chase down 3 years. We know those years were sampled, but we haven't been able to find the data yet, but I'm pretty sure, hopefully we will find those 3 years missing. In terms of compilation of data, that data will be provided to it will be publicly available through this interface. This is the web version of ArcGIS. The link will be available through the council webpage. You can see there in orange the sampling stations for Puerto Rico, and in yellow the sampling stations for the Virgin Islands. Here you will have the classical selectors for site, for the Puerto Rico site, for the USVI. You could select based on dates or based on species. No, you're looking for something in particular. Let's suppose I wanna, for example, here I wanna see all the stations that were sampled in quadrant number 54, which is this one here. And then note that now I don't have all the orange dots. I only have the dots in site number 54. If I go into that selection of sites, then I have here, what I have here on the left and right is a summary of the data that you have in that group of sites. Is basically the relative proportion of all the species that were found in those sites in terms of biomass and in terms of abundance. Also here, down here, we have detail on the dates that those sites were sampled. I mean, here is a sum of those graph bars. Here are total abundances and biomasses. These are not discriminated by species, but to give you an idea, the dates when those stations were sampled between 1991 and 2019. If you go and then click in each one of the sites, the dots within this square, you will have details on what is in each one of those dots. Like, for example, in this one, we have 8 different elements. And then the first element is this species, red hind. We have 4 individuals, which in total weighted 0.8 kilos. Not shown here, if you actually, sorry, let me show the next one. The next one is just another example. This is a snapper. We found only one of these, and this is the weight. What I wanted to say is, then if you click on that and that specific sampling site, you will be able to download the data, the actual data. The data where you will have the weight and size per individual in that site, for all the species that were sampled there. Of course, you can do a broader selection, like all the sites of quadrant number 54, and then you will get all the data. Also, you will be able to get the entire data matrix from the council web page. Once all this is totally compiled and double checked, it will be uploaded here. So you will have the option also to get the entire data, and you will be able to do whatever you want with that data. I mean, analyze it or organize it in the way you prefer. So this is in terms of objective number 1. Objective number 2, I'm gonna briefly present the last 5 minutes. I'm gonna present use an example of how this analysis on an alternative analysis on CMAP-C data can be used for the EBFM approach. And just remembering from the background slides, EBFM focus on the community structure, the entire fish assemblage, rather one species. Then it followed trends over time, and then tried to identify what are the drivers of those trends. To develop this example further, I'm going to start with something that is very familiar to most of the people sitting in this meeting today, which is the conceptual model that have been developed or are being developed by different groups associated to the council. Here we have, I'm not specifying which stakeholder did this, but one of the stakeholders created this conceptual model for this specific group of people. The commercial fisheries is the main node, or it's the most important component here. And we know it's the most important only because receive the highest number of connections in this conceptual model. If you take this one and contrast with another group of stakeholders, the second group of people then highlighted the biomass. Here, biomass, they refer to the biomass of fish assemblages, everything, right? And also, for them was the most important because it received, or we identified that component as the most important because it received most connections. One important thing about all these conceptual models that we are developing, right, is that eventually we will like to compile all those. And then when you have contrasting views of what will be the most, for example, like the one that I just mentioned to you, is what is the most important, then a quantitative approach is necessary to start to compile or to amalgamate all these different models. In this example, we have 3 models, but actually last time I counted, we already have 18 or 19 different conceptual models. A very brief comment on this. Why we need so many is because we wanna incorporate as many opinions as possible in the development of these conceptual models. But then I close that brief comment. Coming back to this example, we need quantitative data to start to, say, okay, what is more important here on what the data is saying, how, or perhaps the 2 components are important, how we connect them, right? Then coming back here, I'm gonna, out of this spaghetti salad we got here, I'm gonna just extract all the components on your left that affect fish biomass and all the elements that fish biomass affect, which is commercial fisheries, sport fishing, subsistence fishing. Please note that this is not that different from the other group of stakeholders, because actually the other group of stakeholders, instead of calling this a fish biomass, they call pelagics, conch, and reef fish, right? Something similar here. And for them, the important connection was in this sense. But again, we need to build a consensus model out of these two contrasting views. And then here is where we go and get our data. And in this case, the CFMC data can be useful to build this, to select the specific drivers, you know, on the sides of the screen affecting fish biomass. So to do that, we're gonna, and don't panic, we're gonna go through this very slowly. But reading here at the top, the first thing we're gonna do is then try to describe patterns of temporal variation or temporal changes on the fish biomass of the entire assemblage, okay? Here, again, we're not focusing on one species, but all 165 species we found in the west region of Puerto Rico, right? What you have here in this square is not much different from a traditional map. In a traditional map, you have cities, let's say cities in the United States, and then you can see which cities are closer together and which cities are further apart. Same thing here. These dots, if they're very close together, it means that the structure and composition of the fish assemblage is very similar. But if they're further apart, it means that structure and composition is very different. To put you an example, I'm now putting here in this map the years 91, 92, and 93, right? The conclusion from this, or the interpretation of this, is that changes between 91 and 92 were bigger than those changes between 92 and 93. Why is that? Because the 91-92 line is longer than the line 92-93. The other important thing about these maps is that the direction of those lines can also be interpreted. Note that 91 to 92 seems to go horizontally, whether the line of 92 and 93 goes vertically. It means that the type of changes that happen between 91 and 92 were different to those between 92 and 93. In other words, the species that came or left were different in 91 to 92 than 92 to 93. Or, well, instead of came or left, the species that we sampled. Anyhow, here, this first part, no, I just put all the dates between 91 and 2005. Please note that it seems that all these years, the structure and composition of the assemblages seems to be pretty homogeneous, but then I would say 2001, 4, 5, the assemblage start to change. Please note now where is 2006 and 2009. And then look what happened in 2010 and 2011. Yeah, bigger changes than those that we observed between 91 and 2005 here, right? And we can keep doing this and complete the whole data series. Now, what I just did is a graphical representation. There is no statistics behind this. Then we can apply this test here called SimProf, right? Which allow us to identify groups of years that are statistically significant or statistically different, which are those that are circled in green. So the first conclusion of the analysis of the West region of the CMAPC data is that the assemblages that we sampled through the years had 5 very distinctive compositions. We were sampling different structures of those communities, right? First question is, and it's a question that we're going to answer later, not in this project, but down the road within the EBFM approach, is, are these type of changes also seen in the catch data? Are these changes also observed in other monitoring programs, such as the Puerto Rico Coral Reef Monitoring Program? Yeah. So the second question then is, what are driving those changes? Also, I wanted to mention, please note how the data in 1819 here, these two, belong or is not different from the data 2006 and 2009. Here, from 2006 to 2019, it seems that there is a cycle, a loop, like there are changes that come back to a stage in 2006 and 2009. So it will be interesting to see in 2020, 21, if this keeps coming here, right? Or stay here, or do something different. This type of, describing this type of changes will help understanding what is happening with the system. And to understand what is happening to the system, we need to relate that to the specific species that are coming, are going, right? What you see here is a graphical representation of a statistical analysis called SIMPER, which is designed to identify specific species or group of species responsible for the changes that I just described before. So please note that in that little group between 99 and 2005, the two small groups here were pretty abundant. However, those were decreasing and were replaced mostly by snappers, right? So any change that happened in this axis, first axis, in the horizontal axis, right, can be related then to changes between groupers on snappers and these other species on the left, right? So with this, we can identify species that are important in these changes. But more importantly is, what are the drivers, like for example, environmental drivers or anthropogenic drivers or management issues that are responsible of those changes. And before I give you an example of how we do that, I just wanted to put in perspective the East region, right? Now in the blue line here is the same map that I showed you before, but now I have what happened, the temporal changes that happen in the East. The temporal, the line, the blue line is shorter than the red line only because we started sampling the East in 2009, several years after we started in the West. Not here, but what is interesting, between 2009, that you have here, right? And 2017, the last year we got for the East, is also a loop. You can see you have 2009, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 16, and 17. Also, the type of changes are happening in the same direction. So this is also very interesting because then whatever is happening to these assemblages, it seems that is a large scale change, right? Note, as I mentioned before, we can also test whether these patterns of change are being observed in other data matrices. Like, for example, the catch data. For example, the data from the Puerto Rico Coral Reef Monitoring Program, which definitely are targeting different parts of that same community. Anyhow, let's go back to the aspect of the identifying the drivers, right? It's not part of
JJ.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's 2:05. Can you try to synthesize and get the most important points on the rest of the slides, because you're running out of time?
Okay, sure. The only thing that I want to say here is that same as we did with the species, you can identify drivers associated with those changes. Note for the change between 91 and 2019 in the West region seems to be coral cover decreasing, productivity in the water increasing, right? How do I use all that to refine this model I showed you before, right? Out of all those potential drivers that the stakeholders said were important, all these, right? We can say, yeah, environmental variable is important, yes. Productivity and temperature. Habitat is important, yes. Coral cover. There are elements that were not evaluated in this example, but we do have the data and we will eventually evaluate that, right? So we will be able to say, okay, year type, yes, it's important, or no, it's not. Nurseries, yes, it is, or it is not. The final message of this slide is that using CFMC data, we will be able to refine and amalgamate the different conceptual models. This exercise also helped us to identify these things here, things that the stakeholders said were very important, but we have no data. So next time some agency open call for proposal, perhaps it will be idea to concentrate on this stuff that says no data, that will help to synthesize this model. Now, this is just future work, but with that slide that you can read, I'll just leave it up to here. Thank you very much for your time, and sorry for the extra 7 minutes.
Thank you for an excellent presentation, JJ. And I think in some point in time, we should put some more time for you to present for all the council members to know the great job you guys are doing a little more. But thank you for the presentation. Any questions? I have 2 questions, time for 2 questions.
Marcos?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Marco, no question, but JJ, can you go back to the previous slide where you have, yeah, that one. This is the key to the future action of the council that we discussed in 5-year strategic plan. Because these models are okay where you have this spaghetti salad, as JJ call it, but the actual action for the council will be, okay, now we have that, what are we going to do with it? So this slide here, you have the variables on the left, you look at the biomass and he identified all the species, and then you need to see what the council should do with the management plan that we have in place. Where do we have the information? Can we move forward with any of these items in the model that we can do something about it? So just to let you know the importance of having this discussion with JJ. It's a pity that we have more time, but we can revisit this at the meeting in December if Dr. Mota is available and have any update to bring to the table at that meeting. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miguel. I'll be happy to share further details with you in December. Definitely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. I don't see anybody else asking
Mr.
for
Chair,
a turn
if I
to
may?
speak.
Graciela
Yes, go
here.
ahead, Graciela.
So this relates back to the efforts that are being made by the Science Center and the actual data storage that we were talking about to actually have it available for the general public. So sport fishing through the MRIP for the number of years that we had for Puerto Rico should be available. And it has, landings and a size composition for a number of species. Maybe subsistence fishing from the work that Daniel and Juan Agay have been doing. So as Miguel said, this is really the key, and this is something that we should all look at. We were able to gather most of the information from the Virgin Islands. So the request is open again for anyone who has any kind of data sets that can be shared. We would really love to collaborate. So thank you, JJ. And I think that, having the clean data set from CMAP of over, 27 and 30 years of information, it just makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela.
A quick question from Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay. On that same slide, I noticed that on the right hand, actually on both sides, it says commercial fisher, sport fisher, and subsistence. Are you considering a recreational fisher a sport fishing?
I will have to, this is the view of a particular stakeholder. I will have to go to that particular group if they put them together or not. That's Carlos, now that you mentioned that has been in different group, people put it together and some other people don't. And that's one of the analysis that we will have to do. You see, okay, are we gonna do it together or not? But because there are different views, the different people. In this one, I use it only as an example, but I will have to check for you if that particular group put it together or not. Sorry, I cannot answer your question.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Graciela.
So we've also knocked on the doors of the HMS groups, and Carlos, I think that this might address some of your sports fishing questions. That you do have quite a number of sports fishermen that go out for the larger pelagics. That might not be under management, but that might be significant in terms of the changes to the fish biomass or assemblages in the region. So we will be knocking on those doors, and actually St. Croix has quite a bit of data from the sport fishing back in the 90s and 2000s. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a great discussion. JJ, you are creating the tool for the future for the council, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next presentation online is the Outreach and Education Report. Alida Ortiz.
Hello, I'm here. I'm going to try to share the screen, see if it works. I haven't done it. Okay.
It's on, Alida, we can see it.
Yeah, how can I put it in larger, or doesn't matter?
No, just leave it like that, but you see this little sign that you have next to the white dot.
Okay.
Just punch that one. Looks like a little screen.
Oh, the one.
At
Here.
the end, no.
Live.
No.
No, okay.
At the end of your slide.
At the bottom of the slide.
At the bottom, you see
it says
comments
67
and
to the left.
Okay, go.
No, left,
No.
left.
Go to the little thing that looks like a screen. Okay. Left. Just go to the left.
Right there.
That
Here.
one. Okay,
This
just punch
one?
that one. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Ta-da! Now we can see you.
Great. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will try to make my report very concise and short. We will be talking about the discussion that we had in the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel on July 28, 29, and the recommendations that came out of that meeting and what we're presenting to the Council for approval or for discussion. But first, I'm going to just make a very short summary of the projects that we have completed. And one of the probably most important ones that we had been developing for quite a few months is the St. Thomas St. John's MPA's outreach strategies. These were requested by Ruth Gomez, Julian, Tony, so that people who come to the St. Thomas St. John area know about the MPAs. So we had a project with Sigrant, and we had a poster that is going to be placed in the marinas or in any place that Ruth and the people there decide to use it. And the same information is in a fact sheet that will be also distributed along the marinas, and everyone that goes to the island should know about these areas, because many of them are going to be either fishing or sailing or just going in a tour. So they have to know that. And also we were requested to have placemats for the local restaurants and for the tourist restaurant, who is the common species that we have called them sometimes underutilized, but these are the ones that are available most of the time. So we are trying to have those species known to the consumer so that they can request them, so they learn about them, and then that will give a little bit of time and space for those other species that are overutilized and have to be under strict management measures. So this first one is the local. I know that there's some of the species might be similar or the same one to the tourism, but then the tourism has other species. So I want to thank all the support that especially Ruth Gomez and Nicole Gree, the liaison, gave us for this project. And this will be repeated for St. Croix, and we will talk about that later. Next one, I'll go to the next one. The other project that we have finished is the life cycle posters of the Nassau grouper and the mutton snapper. There were one issue in Spanish and English, and the other one is in French. And this is a collaboration, I would say, with the WCAFC in the Caribbean for the spawning aggregation education project that they have. And we have talked with this about Ana Salceda and made several meetings for this project. But this is already finished, and it's, I think, I don't know if it is already under printing. But these were the two projects. And then a little bit about the recipe book, or what is going to be our product for the Sustainable Seafood Consumption Campaign. And here I'm putting in one slide only the composition of the book, that will have a preface and introduction, chapter 1, chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, a glossary. And this is a working group that includes the chefs, includes Diana, includes Miguel, includes the liaisons, because they have also work with the recipes. And I think it's going to be a very, very important and different product, because here we are putting the underutilized species, but probably in a different way of cooking, but also learning about the nutritional importance of this species. And it will go to all the different areas in the council jurisdiction, but it has been also asked to be placed in the chef schools, in the UPR in Carolina, and the Ana Jimenez cooking school and restaurant school in Carolina also. So you will see this in different places. It has, here I have just an illustration of the recipes. This is for queen snapper, and it was prepared by Wanda Pantojas. So we have the recipe itself. Here I still don't have the nutritional value but it will be part of the recipe. And then also photos of the plate so that people know that they can look very good and that they are edible, all of them, and taste very good, and they are available. They are not very expensive, and usually they're more common in our fish markets than all the other species that we request all the time. Also, we have been working, and we are still in very intensive meetings with MREP, the Marine Resources Education Program, and we are working on the curricular review of the workshop that will be done in 2023 and see what information the fishers are requesting that could be taken to the workshop. And then as soon as it can be done in presence, it will be done in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. And with the NOAA in the Caribbean, the last issues that we were discussing is the soft coral tissue disease that is being very aggressive in the region, but it's being studied all over the place. And I think we should recommend that consistent updates on the situation is presented to the council and to the fishers, because it's something that it's all over, and it's going to take a long time to work with it. So those are the issues that we have been discussing. Now, the way that I'm going to present to you the projects and ideas and the discussion of the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel come from a document that we prepared in late 2019, the Communication and Outreach Strategies for 2020-2025. And our objective there is communication of sound science and data. It has to be fish, fisheries, productivity, ecosystem health, governance, socioeconomics, and decision-making, all that. The improvement of public understanding of the processes and interconnection in the marine ecosystem. And we have to take a look at the food web of the marine ecosystem with humans inside that food web, because we take out many of the species and then we are able to change the populations depending on how much we fish and what species are taken out. And then we will also be working with the legislative, regulatory, and institutional frameworks that many times, if you put an executive order with all the vocabulary that takes an executive order, or you put a plan from DNER, DPNR, but the vocabulary and the way that it is organized, the fishers and the general consumers don't really, get much out of it. We have to take that information and put it in a language that they can use. Then design and production of educational materials that will translate all the stock assessment information, all this that ecosystem-based fishery management has, to the general public. And we can do that not just from the fishing village, but we have to go to the classroom, and to the classroom from the very elementary levels up to the superior grades, even university. And it cannot be only in the biology class or in the ecology class. It has to be in the geography, social studies, history, so that we learn about the history that we have of the fisheries in our daily life. Then we will support that partnerships and build new ones, especially with NGOs, with local communities, with the schools. Right now, we are doing a lot of connection with what is called eco schools. There are schools that the entire curriculum is framed along ecological issues. And we have been given workshop to these teachers, and they're using the materials that we have produced for the council. And then when we say increase the political awareness and understanding, is that the governance and also the decisions that the agencies make that have to do with the ecosystem, that has to do with the fishes that we take out of the sea, they understand the relationship between the regulation that is recommended or imposed and the impact on the ecosystem. So that's what we discuss as a communication strategies. Then we have to be very aware who are our stakeholders. When we say outreach and education for the council, most of the time we think that it is only to the fishers or to the people involved in fishing. Yes, they are very, very important. Probably they are our primary target, but then the consumers in general, it doesn't matter whether they live in the coast or whether they live in the mountain. People from the mountain go down to the coast to buy fish or to eat fish there. Tourism as an activity is places like Cabo Rojo, Fajardo, St. Thomas, St. Croix. Tourism and the people who go there from different places in the world have to know about the fishers and the fisheries and the importance of this activity. Then the decision makers and the government agencies, because those are the ones responsible for enforcement or for compliance with those regulations that protect and that make the sustainability of the results. And then education, and as you know me, I am a teacher. I don't care where I teach or when at what time. Education has to be from all levels, even from the kids in the first grade that do a diagram, that do an art on fishing and ecosystem issues, to those that study fisheries in the university and then become the scientists that we need. So we made that very clear in the discussion of the council. Then we discussed specific areas of action for outreach and education in 2020, 2025. Here we took the information that was given to the council by Michel Duval, and we took out of there the basic concept of ecosystem-based management, the island-based fishery management plans, the sustainable fish and seafood consumption, and the marine protected areas in the council's jurisdiction. And with this, we discussed each one of these specific areas, and then we put out all the ideas that we had for outreach products. One very, very important, and I think it's the one that we are putting a lot of emphasis now, is this thing of the marine protected areas, because it is very easy to say this area is protected, but when the people ask why, when, what is the use, what are you going to do with it, how does that benefit the ecosystem, how does that benefit the social community, then that thing has to be put in different ways, in different spaces, so that everyone, again, from the mountain to the sea, understand this. And we are following that executive order of May 6, 2000, using that definition. So in terms of the strategic plan, we also have that they put out that fishers and the people who answered their questionnaires were very concerned with the frequency of communication, the variety of tools. It is not just a poster, it is not just a fact sheet. The educational resources, how are they moving? To improve public awareness of fisheries issues, regular in-person outreach workshops, clarity and simplicity of presentations. So the products that we recommend or that the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel recommended are based on this, the 2025 plan that we had already, and then what is coming out of the strategic plan. And we want to make very sure that outreach and education is important for the putting out to the public that the strategic plan. The plan is not only for the council or for the DAPs or for the fisheries, it's for everyone. So these are the initiatives that were proposed, and this is what we are presenting to the council right now. First of all, we have the calendar that for this year is going to be marine protected areas in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Obviously, the MPAs that are in the exclusive economic zone in each one of these islands, but also some of those that are territorial waters but are important. Sometimes when we think of marine protected areas, we think only of the water around, but then the fishes many times don't read and don't know where to go. So the mangroves and the estuaries and the beaches and the rocky shore, they are all connected through the water. So we have to take into account where are the marine reserves in Puerto Rico that are governed by the territorial government, in St. Thomas, St. John, in St. Croix. So the calendar will have MPAs from all these islands, and also the location they are and why and when they were established. Then we will have flyers and fact sheets on different issues of ecosystem-based fishery management. I think that this is a concept that even if we leave it fisheries management, this way of thinking about management of a natural resource is the way that should be done for all natural resources. When we exploit a forest, or when we use the trees in the mangrove, even if it is just to make charcoal, we are impacting the ecosystem. And if the management of that mangrove is not based on ecosystem-based management, we'll have the same mess that we have been having up to now. So we are going to put a lot of importance on this. One issue that, or one idea that came out very sensitive to the entire group is the bulletin boards. And this was suggested and requested by Ruth Gomez in our meeting. And it is to have bulletin boards in the marinas, in the areas where our fisheries regulations should be learned, and distribute them consequently. Every time there's a new regulation or every time there's a new fact sheet, should go to a bulletin board. And the council probably would have to provide some funding for this, and then work with the marina and work with the local government. Then they also asked, and this was in Puerto Rico, to put signs with pertinent information in MPAs that are identified by the government from the shore, so that people that go, for example, the one I can think of is Tres Palmas. That is one of our newest reserves, La Reserva de Isla Verde, which is a very new one, that they know that that is part of a protected area. And these are the reasons in terms of fisheries or in terms of ecosystem-based fishery management that are behind that designation. So these signs will also have to talk to each one of the governments to see where and how, where they do have already a design, and the only thing they need is probably support for producing the signs. The illustrated materials, they were, the OAP asked for materials that have the technical, the scientific information not just on scientific graphics or in boards or you know, photos, but they are more attractive to the community. So we are calling it illustrated materials. Probably you could call a comic book, but it's not going to be for the children. It's going to be for everyone. So we are working with that for the language, easy to understand language on ecosystem-based management, fishery ecosystem plan, and climate change connection with fisheries. This last one, climate change, we can have a lot of information even in the newspaper. But then what does that mean to, in one way, the fishery ecosystem, and in the other way, to the social ecosystem of those fisheries? There was a suggestion it came first for St. Thomas, I think. And then we saw that it could be to all the islands, wherever it can be done. And it is the murals.
It's not St. Thomas, it's St. Croix
St. Croix,
the petition
okay.
for murals.
Oh, okay, so it was St. Croix. But these murals that illustrate some of the issues or some of the facts that we want people to know. And this, if they are, you know, attractive, if they have good information, it's just like you have, you know, you learn the same thing that you would learn in a fact sheet. So murals is one. And then also there was a recommendation to make the contact again to the newspapers, to the radio, to all the media that the community, the consumers, the fishers find information. So we are going to start working with the local newspapers. They will work with radio stations, and then, you know, the information that is given in a technical document, then we can put it, you know, in a easy to read and open for everyone. So these are our initiatives. Now I would like to Cristina to talk to us a little bit about the social media that we have.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, Miguel.
Before you start, you have 5 minutes. You went over the time.
No, that will be with Cristina. And then the liaisons have a very short report on each one of the islands.
Okay, thank you, Alida. I will be sharing my screen. Thanks to all. Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Olan. I am the social media manager for the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. It is a brief, I will give you a brief update on what we have been publishing through our social media pages in Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. We continue publishing information regarding seasonal closures, meetings, activities, pictures, educational materials, new publications, content produced by other agencies or NOAA, for example, that we are part of, collaborations, workshops, our bulletin, lives, and videos. We have been recently collaborating with Amando Oceano, which is an organization composed by students of marine sciences, and they are organizing live. So we, along with Sigmund, we shared the Facebook lives, and for example, we had one regarding mangrove, which are essential fish habitats. And also this kind of collaboration is a way to give an opportunity to new scientists, young ones, to express themselves and share their research with other persons in a very clear and simple way. Thanks to Andy Maldonado that have been collaborating with us in a lot of topics, but especially regarding the hurricane season. He prepared recommendations for fishers to be prepared for the hurricane season. So we put those recommendations and posts in Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram in English and Spanish. All the content that we have been publishing, except the one that is just for Puerto Rico, we have been publishing it in English and Spanish. As we did with Puerto Rico, that we already published a table with fish markets and fishers around our islands. We also did with St. Thomas with the help of Nicole Green, the fisheries liaison. And as I mentioned in other meetings, this is a living document. So if you find there that we are missing somebody or a fish market, just feel free to tell me, and we will add that person or fish market, and we will update the document and publish it again. There are activities that we have in August. Those workshops will be through Zoom. We will start with the recreational fishers education program, and we have been announcing that through our social media pages. Also, we will have a workshop on the Caribbean small boat permit changes. We have been publishing the Repaso de PEPCO. It was a request from the fishers that have been participating of PEPCO, that they requested us to publish the same information that they have been learning through PEPCO. This is an example of a bulletin, a monthly bulletin. Along with Sea Grant, we updated the seasonal closures table in a way that we can also present it as a sign in the marinas. It was an idea from Marcos Hanke, and Marcos already did that in his marina, and also now we are going to print that sign and distribute the sign around Puerto Rico. We posted the announcement already, so the people from the marinas, fishers, administrators, they can call us or write to us and let us know that if they are interested in the sign. We have new videos also in YouTube, Cooking with Ita and Ta, and the third video, we will have the premiere on Friday, this Friday. There are Ita and Ta, Italia and Janet. And thank you. As always, I mentioned I am very thankful to all the fishers, agencies, followers, scientists, the staff of the council members, liaisons, OAP members, consumers, teachers, students, NGOs, sea lovers. Thank you, because all of them, they help us to improve and increase the content that we publish through our social media pages. Any questions or ideas, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cristina. Okay.
The liaisons now, right, Alida?
Yeah. Well, this is my presentation for Outreach and Education. If there is any question right now from the council, I would answer it, because the reports from the liaisons are individual. Is that?
Well, the report of the liaison was supposed to be included in the half hour that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to the report of the liaisons, and I believe that with the leaves that have been presented to Alida Ortiz, excuse me, if there are no opposition, then we will continue working with her and with all the collaborators and partners in fulfilling that list in the next 5 years.
We had Mabel, we had Wilson, and we have Nicole Greer. Nicole,
So
can you? Nicole?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Nicole.
Will Christina be showing the slide, or do I just give a brief oral presentation?
Just brief oral presentation.
So for the St. Thomas St. John Network, we have been going around to the different fish markets just to talk to the different fishermen, see if they have any concerns or queries or need more information on the island-based fishery management plans or anything that they might have heard through council review if they need help with understanding the scientific terminology. The St. John fishers have been speaking to me a lot about certain concerns they have dealing with fish vending sites and also lack of communication with certain things that happen when it comes time for the fishery registration. We have a potential plan in place to help them out. So with the next fishery registrations that's coming up next year, we have found a way to resolve their concerns and issues. I'm really happy about that. And with the communication between both myself and Dr. Habites, who is our new chief of fisheries, helping the fishers with their pre-registration and registration forms. That was very exciting, giving them information on how to go about filling out different forms that were new to them for this year with the pre-registration. And then also being able to work with Christina in having the different fish vending sites and the fishermen that have agreed so far to be included on that particular project listed for other people that visit the website to get a chance to see where they can find fish for sale on different days of the week.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole. Do I have Mabel?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
How are you guys? I hope everybody's okay. In the last few months, being in contact with the fishermen, everybody here is very happy with everything that's going on. There are some concerns, how I said in the last meeting with the fish market, but otherwise they're good. They're happy with the sale of the fish. Here in St. Croix, we got more selling fishing spot than St. Thomas. So trying to figure out each one of them and like different times, it had been kind of hard, but I was able to share my contact with some of them. And if I'm not able to talk to them personally, we're either texting and on the phone. That's about it. Like the concerns that we had, we are for the registration this year, everything went smooth. Whatever hiccups it had nothing to do with the Fish and Wildlife Department. It had to do like with the Agriculture Department division or with the consumers, but everything was smooth. I was able to be there present at least 3 days out of the 5. I was able to help them. Everything was smooth. And like I said, like I have like very like contact with them. The past few weeks I wasn't here, but any concern that they had, the ones that have my contact, they were able to call me. I was able to direct them to the department that they had to go do it. And I'm seeing what the future holds with my relationship with the fishermen and with the DFW.
Thank you so much, Mabel. Wilson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico liaison officer, for any of you that don't know me. Okay, this year, as a Puerto Rico liaison, we have continued with the educational program for commercial fishers. This year, we make it virtual, and we're planning to start again with the face-to-face workshops. Probably November and December this year. We have to see how this the pandemic goes. We have been distributing educational videos and information for the commercial fishers regarding the federal and state regulations, and via social medias with the CFMC social medias, my own personal social media, and a broadcast group for fishers that I have in WhatsApp app. Okay, we have distribute all educational materials of the CFMC. Seagren has have give us a lot of educational materials for the features, and the DNR too for everything for the features and in the fishing village. Okay, so for the, like I said, for the educational program for Puerto Rico commercial features, we name it PEPCO. Yeah, that is in Spanish, we call it PEPCO. The virtual program workshop, we send certificates to all the participants via mail, with a lot of educational materials. So for the program, we are next week, we're having, like Cristina said in her report, we're having a continuing education workshop for the commercial features about the new regulation of the HMS for Caribbean small boat permit. That workshop is gonna be in August 18, and we're gonna have the presenter of Delis Ortiz from NOAA Fisheries, a contractor for NOAA Fisheries, with the help of Cristina Olan too. We are coordinating with Seagram personnel, another continuing education workshop for the commercial feature divers regarding the decompression sickness. That workshop doesn't have any date, but it probably soon it's gonna have a date. We are coordinating with Fishing Village President to start back up face-to-face, like I said earlier, starting in November or December this year. Okay, so we next week we are starting with Elena Anton, with Miss Elena Anton. We are starting a workshop for the recreational features. That is gonna be in August 19 and August 26 of this month, of this year. Okay, so that is what we have, and the issues and concerns from the features. Everything that I heard, Queen and Cardinal Snapper permit for the state, for the DNR, the species identification with their common names. They have issues with the HMS permit for Caribbean small boat, and that is why we are doing this workshop next week. And other issue that the fisheries have in Puerto Rico is for the license and permit, and the time waiting for the DNR to respond. Those issues have been sent to DNR personnel like Damaris Delgado. They all know about this issue, and we are working on it. So that is my report. If anyone has a question, I'm gonna be putting my phone and my email in the chat for any of you if you want to contact me. Any questions?
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Alida. And we have to speed up the process. And I just want to say very brief that thank you, Alida, for being so effective at putting together all the ideas that was approved and mentioned from the council before on the previous meetings, and see actually the work is being done, and keep doing a great job. Thank you very much. And
Marcos, excuse me. This is Jose Rivera from National Marine Fisheries Service.
Yes, Jose.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment to Alida that in one of her posters, she had the mutton snapper listed as Lujanus vivanus, and I believe it should be Lujanus analis.
Where? Can you repeat that, Joe?
Yeah, in one of your posters that was talking about the different fish, it was described as Lujanus vivanus, which is it's not mutton snapper.
That's a chillo.
Yeah, vivanus is chillo, but she was talking about mutton snapper.
Mutton is analysis. We will take care of that. And thank you very much, Jose.
Okay.
Alida and I will look at it.
Okay.
That's a major mistake.
Okay, so
Thank you
that's
very
our
much.
presentation.
That's one of the purpose of those kinds of presentation, that the team and everybody can support and help us out. Thank you. Enforcement issues is the next item on the agenda. I'm going to start to Puerto Rico DNR.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we go into that, in DNR attempts, there are two things that we want to discuss. That one is this morning. The first one is in the case of the NASO grouper, you sent a letter to the regional administrator, and that letter has been answered regarding the NASO grouper. And we also this morning decided to look at the spiny lobster and the closures when we go over the ACLs. The letter was included in the briefing book, the NASO grouper letter, and there are some issues here that need to look at and see if you want to take any action. Personally, I thought that the NASO grouper, actually, I was talking to Jose Rivera, we all thought that the NASO grouper was protected everywhere, but it's not. According to this letter, even the ESA does not protect the NASO grouper as we thought. There are two issues here. One is compatible regulations because, as well said by Miguel Borges before, in the case of the NASO grouper, they cannot intervene in the area of jurisdiction of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, not nautical miles around Puerto Rico, 3 nautical miles around USVI. So if we want to protect the species, we need to take some action. So the paragraph, the first part of the letter, the last paragraph, you have a statement here: as threatened species, the prohibition on take of the species under Section 9 of the ESA do not automatically apply to NASO grouper. Fisheries have not taken regulatory action to extend those protections to the species. So we need to ask here if that can be done or not. The other statement in the same paragraph is that no fisheries concluded that authorizing the fisheries of Puerto Rico and of St. Croix was not likely to adversely affect NASO grouper, and authorizing the fisheries of St. Thomas and John is likely to adversely affect, but not likely to jeopardize the continuing existence of NASO grouper. So anyway, that's ESA for you. And then you cannot do much about ESA except for, requesting some action. But in the case of the Management Act, you do have responsibility. So those two questions are open for discussion. And then that will be followed by the other thing about the Spanish lobster. So the first question is the status of compatible regulation in the government of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands regarding the NASO grouper, and whether they plan or have anything in the agenda for the future to adopt compatible regulation to protect the NASO grouper.
Thank you, Miguel. And actually, I think it's pertinent to ask if Jocelyn can answer this question: what the council can do, and what is the route to address and this issue, that we thought we was much better, have much more protection, and things that was different from the NASO grouper. Go ahead, Miguel.
Marcos, we need to hear from Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands first, because they already sent a letter to you with the legal advice received by the regional administrator on this one. So we can expand later, but at this time in the agenda, you have Puerto Rico and the USVI, so we need to hear from them first.
Thank you for your guidance. It's just that for me, this got out of guard, and I'm really worried with this situation. Go ahead,
We are all
Puerto
worried.
Rico, DNR.
Sorry, I was trying to get out of the chat. I was taking a look at the chat. So if it's okay, I would go with some of the numbers that we have of interventions of the rangers, if that's okay. Or, I don't know if you just want to have a discussion on the NASO grouper and all other stuff.
Let's focus on the NASO grouper now.
Okay, well, do we just want some support from NOAA about the protection of the species? And we have been trying to get more support from Miguel Borges with regards to the state waters, and whatever you could do for us, it would be appreciated.
Marcos?
Go ahead, Miguel. Yes.
That's not the point. The question about enforcement was addressed at the July 21st meeting. What we need to hear is whether we are going to do something extending the protection to the NASA grouper by any action in the federal government or the local government. And the way it is now, the NASA grouper is only protected when you caught a person catching the fish is in their boat in the EEC, period. That's it. If you catch the fish and you cannot prove, if let's say that the federal government intervened with somebody within the 9 nautical miles of Puerto Rico, if that's the case, when if they can do it, they have to prove that that fish comes from the EEC. And that's, according to people I talked to, and Miguel and others expressed the issue at this meeting, is almost impossible. So the first question is, do we need to, addressing the letter from Dr. Starczyk, we have any way to extend the protection to the NASA grouper regarding ESA? In the case of Magnus Steven Sack, we already took action, at least in the EEC, where we prohibited Goliath and NASA grouper, and let's stick to NASA grouper to protect the species. When we started this, when the fisher asked questions to us several years ago, was a year and a half, I mean, a generation and a half was the idea to extend the protection to the NASA grouper. The darn thing is sexually mature at 22 years old, so you may need to have 34 years to declare the fish ready to open in one and a half generation. So those are the questions that we have with the NASA grouper. The NASA grouper also have an international component, but that's another story, because we are telling everybody and his brother throughout the Caribbean, NOAA Fisheries, the Council and others, to protect the NASA grouper. Yet, here in the US, we have millions of dollars, a lot of brain power, a lot of people, and we cannot protect the NASA grouper effectively. And that's what the fisher who called me was really a little bit, we're not happy about it. So he's asking the council, what can we do? So we have, the first question is whether there will be compatible regulation or not within the local government's area of jurisdiction for the NASA grouper. Second, if not, then what can we do at the federal government side, if anything, to protect the NASA grouper using the MSA and the ESA? That's where we are with the NASA grouper.
Thank you, Miguel. Andy is requesting for a turn to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. And let me say a few words, and I think it would be helpful for both Manny Antonaris and Jocelyn to also speak. All of you have the letter before you that I sent a week or two ago. You know, the issue here boils down to, we have both state and federal regulations that prohibit harvest under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We have to establish that Nassau grouper was taken in or from the EEZ. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to observe that it was taken in or from the EEZ, but enforcement has to have a way of providing evidence to determine that a violation has occurred. We do not have authority, obviously, to enforce the territorial laws, which I think is another part of the component of this conversation. But, you know, so specific to obviously the issue at hand, the Magnuson Act, even territorial laws, obviously prohibit harvest, but we have an enforcement challenge before us. And so I would like Manny Antonaris to speak to that and anything else with regard to enforcement first, and then maybe we can get into discussion of the Endangered Species Act and what can or can't be done in terms of future work.
Manny?
Yes, thank you, Marcos. Just to follow up on what Andy Strelchik had said. So, the difficulty in trying to prove a case at the dock or in state waters is exactly that. We have to be able to prove that the fish was harvested in the EEZ. And this is, often the case with most of the things that we enforce under Magnuson. Sometimes we do have, under the ESA, we don't have to prove EEZ harvest if there is a take prohibition in place for species that are listed as endangered. In this case, with Nassau being threatened, we don't have any take prohibitions, which would allow OLE to make a case, at the dock without having to prove that EEZ nexus. So for purposes of this discussion, under the current regulation, the Magnuson regulation, we would have to prove, that the fish was harvested in the EEZ. And the other point that I was going to make was that, even if we have even if a territory has a compatible law with the federal law, we still would not have OLE authority to enforce territory laws as it stands.
Marcos, you have Julian and Tony.
Yes, I'm organizing myself here. Julian first. Go ahead, Julian.
Yes, good afternoon, Julian McGrath for the record. I'm a little bit confused on the whole compatible regulation thing, because back in 2005, when we went through the Sustainable Fisheries Act and we had to take the 30% reduction, and we put all of these seasonal closures in place, which are compatible both federal and local. I don't understand why it cannot be enforced by either law. It doesn't need to be proven that it was caught in federal waters, because it's a compatible regulation that was done by the council, which is federal. It gets very confusing. This issue is not only about the Nassau grouper. It happens with all the seasonal closures. When they go into effect on their 3-month closures, we have the issues where fishermen are continuously, not only commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, commercial fishermen, charter fishermen, they continue to bring in these species that are closed. We look at the Nassau group as one individual, the guy called about, but it's way more than that. And there's also a law about filleting the fish at sea. So the fish cannot be filleted at sea. That was one of the things that was part of that whole document. So I don't understand, and I think we need to have some very, very more face-to-face discussion. Hopefully it happens in December, so we can lay the case down at a sidebar or something about this whole process, how it's being done. Because we are putting the rules in effect, and then we are not doing nothing to enforce them. So the fishers just look at us when we talk to them and they laugh. You guys can't do nothing. Nothing is being done. There's no enforcement. And every document that we have done, from conceptual models to the 5-year strategic plan, enforcement came out #1 to the top. And here it is. We have issues that can be addressed right at the dock. Right at the dock. It happens in the United States all the time. You don't have got be in the water. You just sit at the dock when that boat comes in and you search them. You search their catch. And you would be able to stop a lot of the illegal activity that's going on. And trust me, once the message gets out that the first boat has been checked and they've been given a fine and everything, it's going to slow right down.
They're going to get scared. And we need to sit down as a group and we need to look at this more carefully because we already have a lot of compatibility rules in place. We just need to figure out as a group how we can enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Great points. Tony?
Yeah, this is Tony. I would have to agree with a lot of what Mr. Magrassa said there. To my understanding, just for example, the regs and the NASA grouper is possession. You don't actually have to be the guy that catch the fish. You just have to be in possession of that fish in order to be in violation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Number two, what is the local government, what is their take on all of this? What are they willing to do? Because if you got some guys that are abiding by the regs and then you have those that ain't abiding by the regs, you know, the only one that's suffering the rat here, for lack of a better description, is the man that's following the rules. So why should I follow the rules when everybody else ain't following the rules? So to the end of the day, I agree with him. We need to come to some kind of consensus or agreement as to how these regs are being enforced. Because just like him, my understanding of how the regulations is being enforced and how they can be enforced is two different things. Because like he say, I don't understand if you're in possession of the species, you're to the dock, this species, to the best of my knowledge, is listed as threatened, I believe. And you come to shore and you can't do anything about it. And that's just an example for the NASA. And I agree with him, this is happening with other species. And to the end of the day, you know, the guys that play by the rules of the game seems to be the guys that get penalized. Not necessarily the guy that don't really care. And I'm not saying that there's only, just like him, is a certain sector of individuals doing it. I just think that across the table, there's nothing being done. And to the end of the day, the guys that are playing by the rules of the game is the one that's suffering. So we need to come to some kind of consensus, agreement or something to get these regs enforced.
Marcos, I have on the chat very close to this, the Nicole Angeli is saying that Julian is correct. The 12 VRR 31614E specified that the possession of NASA grouper is prohibited year-round in the territory until the CFMC has determined that it has recovered. And that's what we were saying before. So in the case of the US Virgin Islands, the law is there at the federal level and the local level. Enforcement will be the issue. In the case of Puerto Rico, I have not seen it. Maybe the Maris have some letter to the effect, but language, but I haven't seen compatible regulations on the NASA grouper. So those two issues are the important thing. If we concentrate on the letter that we have, we can have other comments. I would like for the chair to follow the list of people who want to comment. There's a bunch of people here, and I will send you the list, and then we can talk a little bit more when they finish.
Yes, I have here a bunch of people, Carlos, Vanessa, Lauren, Manny. I would like to give opportunity to Lauren Rosenberg, then Manny Antonaras, and please, Carlos and Vanessa, let's hear from them because they might give us some important information to clarify this discussion. Lauren Rosenberg, please.
Thank you, Marcos. This is Lauren Remsburg from NOAA's Office of General Counsel in the Enforcement Section. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. I thought it might be helpful to clarify in case there's confusion about what it means when there's compatible regulations for a species in the territory and in the EEZ under the Magnuson Act. If the Magnuson regs require us to show, in order to prove a violation and assess a penalty, we have to show that that species was harvested in the EEZ or it was possessed in the EEZ. So if we can develop that evidence, even if it's at the dock, we can charge that violation federally. If a territory has a compatible regulation, that does not give the federal government any authority to penalize someone, because we don't have authority to bring an action under a territorial law. We can only bring an action under a federal law, at least under the Magnuson Act. So if there's a compatible federal, or excuse me, compatible territorial prohibition that covers that species, that violation can still be prosecuted. It just needs to be prosecuted by the territory. So it's really a matter of jurisdiction and separate jurisdictions, but it doesn't mean that nothing can be done. It's just more of a question of who can respond. So I wanted to clarify that in case there was any confusion. Even when regs are the same, you know, these are separate jurisdictions. So who can act on it, you know, depends on the facts and what can be proven.
Marcos, I also would like to read for the record, the Graciela fetch out the regulation that we have in Puerto Rico, and it's in Spanish where it said any person that fish possess or offer to sell or chase individual or the species of Pinophelus striatus, which is the Nassau grouper, will be in violation of the regulation, including people that are important, they have to demonstrate, et cetera, et cetera. So the issue is not compatible regulation. Those two governments, Puerto Rico and the US right now, do have compatible regulations. It's a matter of enforcement. And the issue of enforcement, as stated by everybody here, call for some action. So we don't need to do anything else except for looking for ways to legally enforce the law. And we have heard from everybody in the federal government, the letter here, that they cannot go into the local area of jurisdiction to enforce federal laws. There may be a memorandum of understanding, but usually the memorandum of understanding work one way. They deputize local government enforcement agents to enforce the law in the EEC, not the other way around. So this is real, the issue that need to be discussed. So I have Nicole Angeli also to add to the list. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, I have her on the list, but I need to go first to Carlos Porchete.
Yeah. You know, I spent, as you all know, I spent half my life in law enforcement with DPNR. And, you know, a solution to this is that we need to get community involvement, just like all other police work. You know, the officer has to get someone that can trust them, get an informant, and give up the name of the person that they believe or they know is filleting this fish or bringing them in, or the color of the boat, which is what I usually do as an officer. And that way you can pull a surveillance on a particular boat, because what you're doing now is there's someone out there filleting fish. That's looking for a needle in a haystack. But if we get, you know, if someone can get working with someone, I mean, I'm retired 12 years and I still have my informants. So it has to be a local issue. And I do believe that if the federal agent is working on a patrol boat with the local officers, he can assist with prosecution. I know the difference between what he is authorized to do in territorial waters as opposed to EEZ. So I know that Manny and the attorney and all those are correct to what they say.
Thank you, Carlos. I have Vanessa, but Vanessa, please hold on for a second. I have Manny Antonaras requesting, then Jocelyn, then I go to Vanessa. Manny?
Yes, thank you, Marcos, and thank you, Lauren. I actually wanted to follow up on a little bit on the compatible regulations, and I think Lauren did an excellent job explaining that. And just to add to that, if one of our folks is at the dock, and right now we do have a federal officer who is assigned to USVI in this, in specific to this case, who will be off of field training at the end of this month. So in a scenario like Julian or Tony explained, where we have somebody at the dock, and for example, we do have our officer there, if we are not able to establish a federal violation, can't prove that the fish were harvested in the EEZ, and USVI does have a compatible regulation that says you cannot possess Nassau in the territory waters or at the dock. At that point, our officer can work with a local officer to bring that case through USVI, and that's something we do regularly with all of our partners. So I'm really looking forward to that partnership with USVI and with Puerto Rico, and continuing the partnerships. And then the other point, as Carlos mentioned, I couldn't agree more with what Carlos said about informants and working with community for community policing, because oftentimes we do get complaints. If those complaints are not specific enough, it is very difficult, even with having an officer and an agent in USVI in Puerto Rico to respond to something. We are a lot more efficient with when we have specifics. As Carlos said, a color of a boat, location where the subjects may be coming in, time of day, time of year, all those specifics help us. Just to bring something forward that says this is occurring, it's very difficult to follow up on that sort of thing. And that's all I had. Thank you, Marcos.
Thank you, Manny. Let's go to Nicole.
Yes, thank you so much. I would have covered some of this in the report at our time allotted as well, but at this time, all of our local law enforcement are still on the COVID task force and called to the VIPD. So for any violations of this sort, 911 should be called immediately. They'll patch through to environmental enforcement so that they can deploy their environmental enforcement officer. Local environmental enforcement was not notified of this incident. And so I just wanted to make it clear that 911 is the correct number to call at this time for any fisheries violations that you might see while you're out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Marcos. I was just going to say things that Lauren and Manny had already said about what happens in state waters, because I had heard some confusion as well about what the federal government can do in state waters, but really it's just keeping clear that the federal authority is to enforce federal violations, and it's if they're in state waters, they would have to just establish that whatever's occurring was a violation of federal law. And as Manny had said, if it looks to be that what's occurring might be a violation of some compatible state law, it would be an issue of referring it to the state entity. So just wanted to make sure everyone was clear about that, because I'd heard a little bit of confusion there. But I think Lauren and Manny did an excellent job explaining the different jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. Edward Schuster.
Edward Schuster for the record. I think if my memory jogs me correctly, when this NASA grouper, how long we've been involved with this issue with the NASA grouper, Julian, Jimmy Magna, the whole group from 2004. The word possession was put in there to actually give, and I want to believe that I'm correct with what I say, but if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Roy, when he was in his position, he put the word in the language possession, because he made the remark and said there are no fence lines to stop the fish from going in federal waters and local waters. So he put the word in their possession. If you are in possession of a fish that is protected, whether federally or locally, you're in violation. It's just like a sea turtle. So you're saying to me, if I caught the sea turtle in local waters and it's protected federally, I can't be prosecuted? I mean, to me, it's like we we're just pissing away our time in the wind. I mean, and then here it is, you want a fisher to risk his life or his livelihood out at sea. When you live in a small fishing community, it's very hard. Yes, I know you have informants, and Carlos said it for his 33 years, he's been in law enforcement. But it's very hard in times like this right now to narrow it down to who the person is. And then when you go out to sea and you're fishing 20, 30 miles from shore, or how many miles, you're in no man's land. Then you're at war at sea and you're at war back at land when you come back, and you just risk your whole life and your livelihood and your family's livelihood. So I think there's something that needs to be done, whether the local enforcement gets involved with the federal agency and get it moving, or as all our hard work from way back in the MSA with that 700-page document has gone down the drains. Thanks.
We have Jocelyn.
Thank you, Marco. So I can speak to some of the language that's in the regulation. So, and this is also in that letter where we quote the regulation, but it's unlawful to fish for or possess Nassau grouper in or from the EEZ. So what possession helps with is if the fisher's in the EEZ waters and the fish is on board, that's a violation. So you don't have to catch them in the act of harvesting. And then the in or from the EEZ, that's also explained in the letter. That would allow enforcement to establish a federal violation if they could establish that the fish came from the EEZ. And that's what the federal law prohibits. And so there might be state laws that also prohibit possession of Nassau grouper or harvest of Nassau grouper. But when you're in the state waters, you have to figure out if you're looking at that state violation or if you can establish it's a federal violation, for example, because you can somehow establish the fish came from the federal waters. So there is this protection that goes from the state to federal waters where the rules are the same, but it's a question of who enforces the protection and what are the facts. Is it a violation of the federal law or is it a violation of the state law? And I can let Manny and Lauren say anything else on those points, but that's really kind of what we're talking about is how do we get that protection throughout those waters, and it's relying on both the state and the federal law as complements to each other.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Miguel?
Just that you have Andy and others lips in their hands.
Yes. Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Marcos, and thanks, Jocelyn, for that further clarification. I wanted to, I guess, first lead by, I really appreciate hearing from the fishermen and the frustration that they're conveying on this issue. And, we responded in writing in terms of kind of our jurisdictional authority. It really seems to me that the crux of the problem isn't so much the regulations or even our regulatory authority, but our limited ability to actually have staffing and resources to conduct the enforcement. And that's no slight to the USVI or Puerto Rico or even our own Office of Law Enforcement. It's just we have limited resources to conduct that enforcement. We certainly have, the ability, if officers are present, to take enforcement action. Obviously, it's a little more complicated under the Magnuson Act in terms of the burden of proof of determining whether or not Nassau grouper came in or from the EEZ, or working with the territories in that instance. We did note in the letter as well that under the Endangered Species Act, we haven't taken additional steps to impose further regulatory actions. That certainly could be done. Likely would take some time for our office to do that, and that then removes the MSA kind of burden of proof requirement and would make it a federal violation to be in possession of Nassau grouper, regardless of the area in which that event occurs. But I guess I'd point out that in doing that, you still have to have the resources and officers available in order to conduct the enforcement. And without that, I think we're faced with a similar situation that we're talking about now, and the challenges with just enforcing regulations given limited availability of our officers.
Thank you. Christina, do we have anybody else that I'm missing?
Well, I still see Edward, Julian, Andy, and Miguel with raised hands. I don't know if they want to add comments in the case of Edward and Julian, and Miguel also wants to speak.
Which Miguel?
Miguel
This
Rolón.
is Julian.
Miguel Rolón.
But Julian is first, and then you have Eddie also.
Okay, go ahead, Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. If at some point we can put this on the agenda again for the December meeting so we can have some further discussion, I would greatly appreciate it. Maybe we can have a sidebar with local enforcement, federal enforcement, and whichever fishers representatives are there. You know, all of the DAP chairs we are normally at the meetings, so we can have a little discussion, because I think we need to take the focus off of Nassau grouper and look at all the compatible regulations with the seasonal closures that are in place, and have some kind of discussion and see at that time with all the brains and the lawyers and everybody, if maybe we can put something in writing and see what can happen, bringing it up to the higher level after all of us sit down and discuss it. So that's just, I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
If my memory is good, Tony is the next one that had the hand raised.
It was Eddie still had the hands. So please, when you finish, lower your hand, the Zoom.
Eddie?
No, he lowered the hand.
No, I lowered my hands. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, so it's me now. Really, the whole issue boils down to this. Possession is covered in the EEC as well as in two local areas, Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands. The point is, who's going to enforce that? Because right now, if I'm in the EEC or in the government of Puerto Rico area jurisdiction or in the government of the Virgin Islands jurisdiction in possession of the darn Nassau grouper, I'm in violation of the federal government and or the local law. So who's going to enforce that? We already heard from the National Marine Fisheries Service they cannot go into the area of jurisdiction to enforce laws unless they have, period. They don't do that. If you are going to have the Endangered Species Act amend somehow or ask for amendment to extend protection to the species of the Nassau grouper, then as Andy said, you can have a federal government person enforce the law whenever that fish is. You don't have to prove that it's in the EEC, because the ESA trumps MSA in this case. However, if you do that, once you have some species in the EEC, it's a long process to get it out. But in the case of the Nassau grouper, I don't worry about the long process, because by the time that thing it's able to recuperate or recover, I'll be dead or out of a job. But we need to start the process now. So the immediate thing now is, how can we enforce law that are protecting the Nassau grouper at this time? Do we need to ask National Marine Fisheries Service to consider extending protection to the species that we call Nassau grouper under the ESA? Those are the real two issues that we need to discuss about. Some people talk about the memorandum of understanding. Memorandum of understanding that we have for enforcement before is, as I said, deputizing the local government to enforce the law in the EEC, not the other way around, unless we have something like the ESA change. The other issue that was presented by Julian, and we can take note, if you agree, we can have a whole morning to just discuss compatible regulation and ask the two local governments to come prepared to discuss that. It's not for the NAS group only, but for all the other species that are in need of protection in both jurisdictions, local and federal. So the question to the council at this time is, do you want to pursue this by just emphasizing the need of enforcement and then look for ways that we can enforce it? We at the council can do little things. For example, Natalia, Diana, and I, we are going to put in our webpage a hotline again for enforcement. In the case of the Virgin Islands, you can call 911, as Dr. Angeli just mentioned. We can do the same for Puerto Rico. And of course, you have the number that is already in the web pages of the National Marine Fisheries Service. That will take care, at least in my mind, of the issue of enforcement, at least one step in the right direction of enforcement. Then the second question is, do you want to ask the action agency to extend protection to the NASA grouper? Especially if you look at the letter, the word take is the key word for the NASA grouper. And what we get from doing that is to then allow the federal government to go all the way to the shoreline to intervene anybody with possession of the NASA grouper. You don't have to talk all at the same time, but let us know what you want to do.
Thank you, Miguel. And on the same lines, I would like to read for the record a question that Michelle Shatter just posted. Do we need to know what is the timeline for NOAA to take regulatory action on the same lines that you just explained? Jocelyn?
She's talking about ESA, by the way.
Sure. Thank you. This is Jocelyn. So as Andy said, you know, there is some authority that if NOAA Fisheries wanted to extend the take protections under section 9 of the ESA to threatened species, there's the ability to do that. I don't really know what that timeline would look like, or you know what sort of information the agency would need to determine that would be an appropriate next step. But that's something that we can look into as the agency is considering necessary efforts to protect the species and ensure its conservation and recovery under the Endangered Species Act. But that's a regulatory process, sort of extending those protections, and that's how that would occur.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, I would have to agree with Julian. I think we should table this until the December meeting. I think we need to get the local governments into the same onto the same playing field and figure out how this so-called problem will be dealt with. Because this is not just about the NASA. This is about all the other regulations that we have on the books that are federal as well as local, as well as the other regs. So I think we need to come to the table in December with the local governments and figure out how this will work.
I have Andy. Thank you, Tony. Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on timing. I certainly can talk with our Protected Resources Division chief, but I would expect that this would be several years in the making in order to do this. And it's not because it wouldn't be a priority. We have a whole slew of listing actions, critical habitat designations that are under kind of legal timelines. And so those right now are taking priority from a protected resources standpoint. Nassau Grouper Critical Habitat is one of those actions that we'll be working on. But I can commit to getting back to Miguel with a general idea of timeline if we were to move forward with any sort of regulatory actions.
Thank you. Miguel, I have a question for you. I think it's a good idea that we address many times, making a working group, let's say a representative from the USVI, from Puerto Rico, one from the federal government, to have a report and to discuss this in detail in a smaller group to support the discussion on the next council meeting. Is that, do you think that that's a good
No, in the case
venue?
in the case of the NASA grouper, we have everything that we need to do right here on the table. The only thing that we need to do is to ask the question whether there will be enforcement or not of the NASA grouper within the area jurisdiction of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, as well as the EEC. So the NASA grouper is protected under the two local jurisdictions and the federal government. What we are lacking here is the actual enforcement of the law. And in the case of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, they have enforcement people. So ask them to go ahead and enforce the law. In the case of the EEC, we already have that. So what we're looking is as a lack of enforcement of a particular law and regulation that is trying to protect the NASA grouper. However, the other issue about the possibility of changing the ESA, that's something that we need to wait, as Andy said, let's wait on this and check on the regulatory action timeline, because as he said, there's a lot of other things that ESA takes care about. And remember, sometimes what you ask is not what you want, because when you have a species under the ESA protection, it's very difficult to get it out. So let's say that a miracle happens and the NASA grouper is over the place in 5 years, then to take it out of the ESA is a little bit difficult. So we don't need more regulations at this time. What we need is to enforce the regulation that we have. And the word possession has been mentioned by everybody, the lawyers, Julian and others. So let's concentrate on that one. However, what Julian and Tony are talking about is a little beyond that. So probably what can we do is to have a session at the council meeting in December where everybody will be present and look at possible compatible regulation. And I will talk to Julian later and others to see, and Graciela, of course. We are going to compile a list of those species that are on the regulation and see which one have compatible regulations and which ones are lacking compatible regulations, not only in the federal government or the local government, but also you may have a regulation that applies to a species that are shared by local and federal jurisdiction, and then you need local jurisdiction, you need federal compatible regulations. So going back to what you're saying, and we're taking too much time, all of you, if the directives are clear, we will put together with the chair an agenda item and give ample time for discussion that will address all the species that are under regulation that will need compatible regulations and all the issues that are being brought to the table by the chairs of the DAPs and Council Member Tony Blanchard, and sit down at the next meeting and discuss it. And then from the meeting, we can decide the next steps to follow. At that meeting, probably we will have a timeline, the period that is needed for amending the ESA if we need to, or incorporate the protection to the species of NASA grouper if we need to. And
Thank
if
you, Miguel.
agree with that course of action, we can go ahead and do it and then go to another item.
Yes, there is everybody's in agreement with what Miguel just explained. Yes, hearing no comment, let's do that and go. Let's go for the next item on the agenda, and that next item for discussion. We was getting this, got deviated from the Puerto Rico PNR report.
Marcos, I suggest that we have done before, leave the report for the December meeting and discuss the other one, which is the pressing one. With this explanation about the spiny lobster issue. Local fishers, I don't see anyone here, but they asked me to bring this to your attention, and Andy is ready to discuss it and whatever. But the issue is that we already have a regulation that calls for closure of the spiny lobster whenever we go over the ACL. And the ACL, the way that we do it, we have the average of the 3 years, etc. So that happened. In the case of Puerto Rico, we are supposed to close as many days as needed to compensate for the catches that went over the established limits, starting December 30 backwards, all the way to January 1st, if needed, and then the following day we will start in October. Hopefully that will never happen. So in this case, the Spiny lobster season have been shortened, and now we have a closure that is in-season closure from August 22nd to September 30. October 1st will be the first day of the continuation of the season. And that's where we are at this time. The fisher who called my office, they were asking me whether the government of Puerto Rico will have compatible regulations, making this closure effective from the shoreline to the edge of the EEZ. And my answer was, we don't know. I sent a note to Damaris. So this is the time to ask the local government whether they intend to have any compatible regulation. But as of now, our report is that the area where the Spiny lobster closure is effective is the EEZ surrounding Puerto Rico. And I believe that Andy has his hands up.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Miguel. And yeah, you did a great job kind of describing what occurred this year. So the accountability measure was triggered based on average landings for 2017, 18, and 19, exceeding the catch limit. If you recall, obviously 2017 was a hurricane year. We also recognize that last year was impacted by COVID regulations. The average landings were then, reviewed and assessed to determine how much harvest would need to be reduced. And taking into consideration some of the recent landing trends, we determined that August 22nd to September 30th timeframe was needed to close the fishery to reduce catch levels in order to constrain the catch limit. Certainly, we would be supportive of Puerto Rico adopting compatible regulations for that closure, but at this point, our authority only lies with closing federal waters and EEZ in response to the accountability measure being triggered.
Thank you. This is a question for the Puerto Rico DNR, Damaris. Do you have any comment about the intention or not to adopt at this time the closure in the state waters?
Yes, I do. This is Damaris. We do not intend to expand that closure to our state waters. We have prepared from the lab, the Fisheries Research Lab, a report to the secretary, to the DNR secretary, recommending not to extend that prohibition to state waters. And we are in the process of having the secretary sign a letter with regards to that.
Thank you, Damaris.
You're welcome.
Andy Stershek, about the discussion on the dates on the lobster, do you want to follow up on that? Any question, any guidance from the council? Anything you want to say about that?
Well, I believe it was you, Marcos, earlier that were commenting about wanting to reconsider when the accountability measure is the start date of the accountability measure. As Miguel described it, it starts September 30th and works backwards, and then October 1st forward if that closure isn't sufficient. So if the council wants to consider alternatives to when an accountability measure is triggered and how we specify the closure dates, that would need to be taken up in a new amendment action to the island-based FMPs. Given the history of landings for spiny lobster and the spiny lobster ACL that we approved earlier today, there's a high likelihood that we will be exceeding the catch limit for spiny lobster in future years if previous landing trends continue into the future. And so I think it's a good idea to revisit the accountability measure. I would also suggest that the council look at other options such as a fixed seasonal closure to ensure that you're not exceeding the catch limit on a regular basis.
Thank you. Any other council member would like to comment? I have Vanessa, and after the discussion, somebody that please put a motion on the floor to move this along, if it's the extension of the council. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I have a comment, and also it's presented by two commercial fishermen in the area that they have lobster trap between the 10 and 15 miles. And because of the size and the amount of those traps and the line between them, it's very difficult for them to move all that equipment inside the 9 miles or bring those equipment back to land. So they ask if they practically if they can take the traps every 2 weeks just to clean the equipment, because it's necessary to be cleaned, not to be just letting there for the 40 days of the closure. So they are asking, is there any way or any permit or any letter that they can have, so when they are cleaning the trap, they don't be asked by enforcement if they are harvesting or something like that. Just to clarify for them.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, very quick. If they are in the EEC with lobster, they're in violation of the act. So they better remove those lobster trap out of the EEC.
Yes, that's what I suggest. But the thing is, for the amount of traps and the line is obviously long between them. It's very hard for the boats that they have to practically take everything out or move that inside the 9 miles. So they only have the chance to let those traps inside the water, but they are gonna get dirty, and they of course are gonna be fishing in there, and they don't want that all the lobster that can get in die or something can pass on. They just need to clean the cage.
Yeah, they have to start removing the traps now. That happened before, and the answer that we got from the enforcement from the enforcement people in National Marine Fisheries Service, and they're here, they can repeat it again, is they have to remove it because they would be in possession of an animal that is prohibited at that time. And the other thing is that we might need it, and that will come in the law, but in the regulation, we will need a rationale from Puerto Rico for not having compatible regulations, given that they have exactly the same information that the federal government has. The other point now I'm talking, Marcos, is that in the case of the spiny lobster here, the reason why you have September date backwards is because we adopted the U.S. Caribbean approach, given that in the case of St. Thomas and John, the top months are Christmas time, the same as St. Croix. However, and 12 days were closed sometime in St. Croix, or the people didn't know it, but it was closed for 12 days, starting December 31st backwards. And then we apply that to Puerto Rico because in the case of the U.S. Virgin Islands, it's better for them to close starting September 30 backwards. But as you and I were talking before the meeting, in the case of Puerto Rico, probably they should pick another month because those are high yield months, according to the information that the fisheries are giving to us. But one thing is what people tell you, and the other thing is what people report. And if you look at every month, every year, the last 3 years, those are the days that came up to be the days that had to be closed in the EEC to compensate for the average these past 3 years, the average that we have. So if you want to revise that for the island-based FMP of Puerto Rico, not necessarily for the island-based FMP of St. Thomas and John and St. Croix, and that's for them to talk about it, then your motion or action here will be to ask the staff to look into this matter and maybe, prepare some documents for you to consider, not necessarily at the December meeting, but in due time when they are ready, and they can present that to us after this meeting.
Miguel, just to move the process along, is the end of the afternoon. A motion will be required now.
Ask Jocelyn about it, whether you need a motion or not.
Jocelyn?
Thanks. I just recommend motions when you want to be clear what exactly you're asking the staff to do. So what I've been hearing is we're sort of looking at only changing the timing of when the closure occurs for Puerto Rico. But you could have a motion that clarifies that and that just gives clear direction to staff as to what you want, or you could just provide a statement as to what you're seeking. But just motions help with the record so that we all know what the action items were, but it's not necessary one way or the other.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Miguel.
Chairman, in this case, given the importance of this, number one, it will be good to have a motion, and also appearances are important, you know, in order to, because you are closed now and you have a NIC reaction to close, to change that doesn't look good for anybody. So in this case, a motion to examine the time of starting closures in the spiny lobster fishery in Puerto Rico will be what you want. So a language to that effect will do the trick. And I believe that especially members from Puerto Rico should put together a motion, and we can put it on the screen by Liahai, and you can vote on it. Make it simple, to the point, and move forward.
Liahai, can you put the screen and capture the language that Miguel just said to see if there is any council member who will move the motion, the recommended language?
Okay, Liahai, the council to instruct the staff to examine time of starting closure of the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico and report back to the council. Yeah, back to the council using the, with the appropriate documentation. And then I need a mover and a seconder, and if you like the language or you want to change it, this is the time.
Anybody that can move, would like to move this suggested language?
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
Second,
Damaris.
Second by Damaris. For discussion on the motion.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So it would be only for the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico.
At this time, yes.
Yes, at this time, yes. And, any further discussion? Anybody in opposition? We have
Marcos, I have a comment and Carlos wants to speak.
Yes, go ahead, Andy. And the Sturchek, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thanks, Marcos. Yeah, I guess a couple of points. One, I mentioned the potential for looking at fixed seasonal closure rather than just examining the starting time of the closure. And the reason I'm suggesting this is that it potentially provides more certainty to the fishermen in the event that accountability measures are triggered on a regular basis, and doesn't result in obviously the seasons changing as much or as large from year to year. The other question, I guess, would be for Miguel in terms of the staff direction. So at this point, it sounds like the motion would not be for an options paper, but simply just for presentation and information to be brought back to the council. So I want to clarify that.
Yes, exactly that.
We have
Marcos, you have Daniel Matos asked for a chance to talk about clarification of the spiny lobster, no closure in the local government. But
yes,
maybe we can finish
Daniel,
this and
we have the motion open. Daniel?
Marcos, you can finish the motion, then let Daniel talk about it because they already decided to do that.
And then let me see here. I don't see any other council member commenting. Let's finish the motion. Any other comments from, I have Maria Lopez. Maria?
Yes, hi, this is Maria. Yeah, just for clarification on the motions, just to make sure that we know what we're going to be looking for. So what the council is intending is for staff to evaluate the timing of the application of the accountability measures for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Just for Puerto Rico and just for spiny lobster. And this is the timing of the accountability measures.
Yes,
correct.
Puerto Rico on the timing on the spiny lobster.
Vanessa?
As Andy said, we're not asking for an option
Okay.
paper because, as you know, an option paper have all kind of implications. What we just want to know is the status of this, and you can come back to the December meeting and tell us, this is what you have, this is the data for you have for monthly
thank you.
session for the last 3, and let us know.
So this is Jocelyn. I think it would be useful if you could have that reflected in the text of the motion, because the phrase "examine time of starting closure" doesn't necessarily link it to the AM. So if you were to state something, if this worked for the person that proposed the motion and for the seconder, perhaps something along the lines of to examine when AMs would be applied under the Puerto Rico FMP for spiny lobster. And right now, so everyone's aware, the AMs say that they start from September 30th and move earlier to the beginning of the fishing year. And then if they need additional time for the closure, it then goes from October 1st towards the end of the fishing year. So we'd be looking at perhaps a different start time.
Jocelyn, can we just can you dictate the appropriate language so slowly, so Leah High can write it? The council told us staff to examine when AMs will be applied. Can you continue?
I think you could then say to spiny lobster. And then under the Puerto Rico FMP.
No. High. Después de spiny lobster le pone under Puerto Rico FMP. Under Puerto Rico's, comma.
They are.
Okay.
They are semi. What's that?
Can you close the mic if you're not talking, please? And report back to the council with the appropriate documentation. Is that okay, Jocelyn?
Sure, yeah, you could maybe add in examine alternative times when AMs, and maybe change would to could. So examine alternative times when AMs could be applied. And then that conveys you're seeking, different potential options for when it might make sense to apply the AMs.
Thank you very much.
So for the record, is that okay, Jocelyn? The council instruct the staff to examine alternative time when AMs will be applied to the spiny lobster on the Puerto Rico FMP and report back to the council with the appropriate documentation. That's okay?
Yes, and just to note, would was changed to could. So examine alternative times when AMs could be applied to spiny lobster under the Puerto Rico FMP.
Okay. And then Vanessa and Damaris, do you agree with the new language?
Yes, Damaris here.
Excuse me, Miguel. I think that Maria has something to say about the motion. I see something in the chat. Check that first.
Yes. Maria?
It's not about the motion, and I can wait until you are finished.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and vote on it, Marcos.
And any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. And Vanessa, just because I couldn't hear you very well, you accepted the language that is on the screen, correct?
Yes, correct.
But I had a question.
Thank you. Carlos.
Yeah. Does this mean that I don't understand what we're trying to do, because I thought Puerto Rico and the USVI already determined when we have an overrun when the AM would start. Are we changing that now? And would it change for anything else that somebody may say, well, I would prefer you start the closure at this date for other species that are overrun? I'm not really sure what's going on.
This is for the Spiny lobster only in the case of Puerto Rico. All the rest stay the same, unless we find something else different at the December meeting. But at this time, the question the council wants to ask, wants to answer is whether there is a merit to change the alternative time when the AMAs will kick in for the Spiny lobster in Puerto Rico only. Then is the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, but the December meeting wants to do something else, fine.
But why is what I'm not sure. Why would Puerto Rico want that?
Well, because they found that in the case of Puerto Rico, that period is important for the fishery. Something that I don't know. That's what I believe, that until you have this information in front of you, you don't know whether this is good or bad. But my point is that the mere fact that somebody tells you that something is happening out there doesn't cut it for the MSA. You have to prove it using the best available data. So this motion, the only thing it does is to ask the staff to provide those alternative times and then come back to the December meeting and tell this is what we found. It could be a PowerPoint presentation. Don't necessarily have to be an option paper and all that, because that will have more time, other things to do. So I believe that your question is very important, but that's where we are at this time.
Okay.
And I believe, Mr. Chairman, you have 4 hands. Marcos.
Marcos.
You have Andy. Andy, you will go ahead. Maybe we
Yeah,
lost.
thanks. Thanks, Miguel. So now that we've passed the motion, to help staff with some direction, it would be helpful if there's any time periods that council members would like us to explore, or for that matter, to avoid. Certainly, well aware of wanting to avoid closures during major holidays like Christmas and Easter. I heard obviously rationale earlier from Marcos about some of the complexities of spiny lobster closing with divers also harvesting queen conch. But if there's other things that you would like staff to consider, I think it would be helpful to at least briefly talk about that now, so that staff have some direction and can bring that information back to the council in December.
Okay. For the record, in the case of Puerto Rico, what happened is that the divers who go after lobster, they alternate with the queen conch. And the queen conch is closed in those days. Actually, Puerto Rico is the only one that moved down closer to October the 31st. So now you have October, September, and August closed for the queen conch. Then they are the scuba divers, commercial scuba divers, they switch to spiny lobster to compensate for the loss of catches of the queen conch during those days. That's the issue that Marcos wanted to convey to the group here. And that's why we need to get this information. The council, regarding the timing, we do not pretend that you have all this information by December. So I will rely on Graciela especially and Maria del Mar to put together the timeline as they see fit. So if we can have the information by December, fine. But I believe that this will take a little more time. And remember, they are working with the island-based CFMC implementation and other things. So that's why the intention of the council is clear. It will be also clear that we need some time to put this together and present a good paper for the council to a good document for the council to discuss it.
Thank you, Miguel. Exactly my point. I was kickoff of the meeting, but I'm back. Maria del Mar.
Yes, this is Maria. Thank you for the turn to speak. So I just wanted to remind the council that back in 2016, the council created an amendment to some of their plans to modify the timing of the AMA closures, and this is why we ended up with the September 30 backward date. And within the alternatives that were analyzed, there were several different dates and a lot of information that was provided by the DAPs about the different, and also from the landings data that they have about the different species that were fished during which months, which were the months with the highest landings, which were the months with the lowest landing, and then also socioeconomic considerations as to when those closures would occur, right? And there was also the opportunity for each one of the islands to choose the closure time that was better for them. So the date of September 30th was chosen by the 3 islands as the general date to close, and included in that document, there's a rationale for that. Now, we can use that information that we already have in this amendment because, again, as I said, we already analyzed different dates, and bring this to the council again for Puerto Rico so that they can reevaluate the selection of that date to adapt to this new information. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That's exactly why I said the appropriate documentation, but we have all the elements of judgment already here, all the information. It doesn't matter, copy paste, put it in a PowerPoint presentation, then you shoot at it in December.
Yes. We have Jocelyn, Andy, Danielle, and Vanessa with the raised hand. Jocelyn?
Thank you. I apologize. I'm a culprit of a former raised hand, so I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Andy?
Same for me. I took my hand down.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you have Vanessa and Danielle.
Vanessa? Danielle?
Yes, I'm here.
Wait. You have Vanessa first to this point, and then Danielle wants to clarify the issue. So Vanessa goes first.
Vanessa, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, as Miguel and you do, about why we are trying to look for this to Carlos is, of course, we have a lot of divers, especially in the west side of the island, and practically we have until the 12 miles for the divers. And once this same closure for the 2 most commercial target species coincide, practically we have all those divers looking around in a small area of the 9 miles. And some of them usually just can't fish for nothing because they only know how to fish lobster and king kong, or at least for the price. So that's why we are looking for this measure and this information to clarify and help them to diversify and also to check out how we can help them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now you
Danielle.
got Danielle.
Okay.
Danielle?
Okay, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry. I have some problem with the internet. I was hearing everything, but when I'm trying to answer and talk, I had a lot of problems. So sorry. But there are three factors that address us to avoid the closure of the spiny lobster right now. Number one, as you already discussed, we have probably 200 or 300 divers, commercial fishers, and they are divers. And right now, there is the close season for the queen conch. So if we close now, this commercial fisher will have a lot of problems. So it's a very big social economic problem. In second, or number two, we observed the landings for the last 5-6 years, and because of the Hurricane Maria, and later the earthquakes at the south of Puerto Rico, and the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have probably 7,000 less commercial trips from 2019 to 2020. So we understand the fishing pressure decreased significantly for all fishery resources, including the spiny lobster. And the number 3 factor is the carapace length. We studied the carapace length average from 1990 to 1999. These 10 years, the carapace length was 96 millimeters. Then we compared 2000 to year 2009, and the carapace length increased from 96 millimeters to 103 millimeters. Then we compared 2010 to year 2019, and the carapace length for these 10 years, the carapace length average increased to 106 millimeters. So the carapace length show us to increase the last 30 years. The spiny lobster landings in the East Coast is very good. Lobster are larger, and the South we see the same thing. So we don't see signs to overfish the spiny lobster right now. So these 3 factors others us to stop to close right now.
Thank you, Daniel. We have Vanessa.
Mr. Chair, I already checked my time.
Yes,
turn.
I'm letting myself go through what I'm receiving through the text here on the chat. I'm sorry. Anybody else would like to participate? Hearing none, I think we have the record clear and straight. The motion was approved. And the next item on the agenda, we apologize with the enforcement. We discussed most of the enforcement hot issues before among all the agents, and we're gonna get a little more details about the report of for the enforcements for U.S. Coast Guard, USVI, Puerto Rico, and National Marine Fishery Service / NOAA in December. We're gonna go for the next item on the agenda, and thank you for the patience of everybody. I know that we are a little late, but this was a very, very important issue for the local fishermen. The next item on the agenda, exempt fishing permit, EFP.
Hi, yes, this is Sarah Stevenson with CIRO, and I do not have a presentation. I was just going to give a quick update to inform the council of an exempting fishing permit request that the Southeast Regional Office received from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center lab in Panama City, Florida. And just as a quick reminder, an EFP is required for any fishing activity that would occur that would otherwise be in violation of the MSA or other fisheries laws and their implementing regulations, which is not considered a part of like an exempted educational activity. For example, an EFP could allow an applicant to collect fish out of season to get scientific data so that we could better manage the species. NIMS Panama City Lab is requesting an EFP to continue collecting information on the population size and abundance, the life history characteristics, and habitats of deepwater snappers off the western, northern, and southern coasts of Puerto Rico. An EFP for similar work was issued last year, and that expired on August 1st of this year. The new EFP would be valid from the date of issuance through August 1st of 2023. So it would be almost a 2-year permit. The proposed research would use NIMS staff or NIMS contracted observers and commercial fishers on commercial fishing vessels to deploy video cameras on deep water fishing gear and to collect samples of blackfin, cardinal, queen, silk, and winchman snappers. The project objectives are to use underwater video to collect size and abundance data and describe benthic habitats of the deepwater reef fish species off the 3 coasts of Puerto Rico, to collect biological samples to determine reproductive cycles, growth estimates, and the age and size at sexual maturation of the commercially important snapper species. A total of 270 trips would be conducted during the 2-year project period, 45 of which are 45 trips per region per year. So the region is the western, northern, and southern coasts. And then approximately 40 of the trips each year would be in federal waters, and the rest would be in Puerto Rico Commonwealth waters. Sampling trips would occur at depths of 328 to 2,133 feet or 100 to 650 meters within 1 to 12 miles of the coast, and would use hook and line gear while adrift, so no anchoring would occur. The EFP would exempt the project participants from select snapper and grouper seasonal closures, from part of the Bajo de Seco area closure, and from the combined grouper snapper parrotfish bag limit. The bag limit exemption would apply to any individual on the vessel without a valid commercial fishing license, such as the applicant or the contracted observers. Their request for this EFP was received in May, and a notice was published in the Federal Register on July 1st. The 30-day comment period closed on July 30th, and 1 comment was received. The commenter just requested that NIMS elaborate on what is meant by allowing contracted fishermen, commercial fishermen, to be given the fish for personal use and consumption after the samples are collected. They also stated that they couldn't find information on the socioeconomic impact evaluations of choosing commercial rather than, say, recreational fishermen to support the EFP. And they also stated that technology exists capable of 3D modeling the reinsertion of deepwater fishers, and the scope of the project should be expanded accordingly. Both the current and the proposed EFP applications and documentation are available on our website, which I'll drop the link to that in the chat. And NIMS, as the action agency, will move forward with getting the EFP in place. Once in place, a copy of the issued permit will also be available on CIRO's website. And with that, I'll just take any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Sarah. We have a 5-minute public comment. Anybody from the public, Leahai, Cristina, Miguel, that would like to participate?
Carlos does.
Carlos Farchetti?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carlos.
But I'll wait if there's somebody in the public that wants to speak.
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna go, boy. I'm gonna go outside of my jurisdiction here for what I'm about to say, and I want to apologize to DNER, but it's been on my mind for a while, for years, and I'll probably get in trouble. But like John Lewis says, it's going to be good trouble. All this talk about spiny lobster brought me to the point about what's happening in Puerto Rico state waters with the spiny lobster, and I would like Puerto Rico to seriously consider prohibiting trammel nets to harvest spiny lobster in state waters. they can consider a buyback program, which St. Croix did when they prohibited gill and trammel nets. We bought them off back from the fishermen so that they could use the funds to invest in a different method of fishing. And one thing that Puerto Rico's government can do is promote the use of lobster trap by those people that are using those trammel nets to harvest lobster. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Carlos. Nelson Crespo, turn to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carlos, for your comment. And I want to add a little bit more regarding this issue. I have been saying this for a long time, and nobody has never made a real attempt to address it. I know this is a local issue, but it's really important to pay attention to this. As a commercial fisherman, I would like to catch as much as possible, but we have to recognize when a fishing year, no matter how good it is danger to the fishery and the ecosystem. And this year is a clear example of this. Many of the lobster lose their legs, etc., and the quality of the product is not the best. Also, the considerable number of undersized lobsters that without enforcement for sure are not going to go back to the water. And I don't want to mention that in some occasions catch turtles and other, dangerous species in danger. The number of dead fish already or fish that are already damaged is considerable, and this at the end affect all of us. In addition to the water snapper, I fish lobster only with pots, and I have never fished with trammel net because I know how harmful they are. I asked to this council at least to carry out studies on this fishing year in order to verify what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nelson. And just for general information, the internal Junta de Pesca, local Junta de Pesca, made the same recommendation a few years back and have been consistent on that matter. Anybody else from the public?
Yeah, Vanessa.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carlos, for bringing this point over the table. I just want to make a comment. In 2019, some fishermen and many of us go to public hearings that the government have in the capital just to check out what options that we can get about this. And many of the presentations were great, many suggestions, but practically everything stayed there, and we don't have here nothing about that project anymore. I know that the one that presented decide that they have to make some changes, especially taking information about how many fishermen, commercial fishermen, are still doing this art, and also because they have to take in presence that many of those that are using this are already from the first or second generation of fishermen, and will be hard for them to learn another kind of art. But they were thinking about also to give like a special permit and many things that we put on the table in there. But practically after 2019, I don't hear nothing about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Anybody else from the public? Hearing none. Miguel, do you want to say something before we pass to other business?
No, I'm okay.
I don't think we have any other business on my list here. We are ready to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Oh, wait. You have next meeting in the agenda.
Yes, I'm gonna go there. Let me finish.
And
on the other meeting, we don't have anything else on the other meeting or other business, but we need to announce and establish the next date for the next council meeting. Miguel, can you help me on that?
We did that last year, and the same days still are true for this year. 7th, 8th of December, it will be a hybrid meeting, the Mario Courtyard in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The governor of Puerto Rico presently has stated that there will be a regulation in place now. We don't know whether that regulation will be in place by December, but anybody coming into Puerto Rico as a guest of the hotel has to be vaccinated and has to prove, when they are working on a digital system, has to prove that he has a certificate of vaccination or have a weekly test for determining whether it's COVID-free or not. In this case, Diana already sent to especially to the federal folks, the information via an email, and it will be distributed also to everybody to see how many people will be coming to the meeting and staying at the hotel. And we have until September 30 for you to get us that information, because we need to close the contract with the hotel. In addition, we have taken note of some of the issues you want to discuss in the agenda. And one that is agree on is that we will have on December 8th, the second day of the meeting, from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, a full discussion on compatible regulations. So I will encourage especially the two local governments to bring the documents regarding your regulations in place by that time, and both from Dr. Angeli and Damaris, and of course Graciela will put together the list of regulations that we have at this time compatible. For example, the Spanish lobster is compatible throughout the range in terms of the carapace length, not necessarily all the others, but that's one example that we need to discuss. In addition, at that time, we are going to look at the compatible regulation and enforcement issues regarding not only the Nassau grouper as we discussed today, but all the other species. And we will have the presentation by the three chairs of the DAPs, by Graciela and any other scientists from the local government of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, or managers, to tell us what are the present regulations and what are the intention of the local governments regarding compatible regulations. I know that in the case of the Virgin Islands, they have been working with it for some time. And in Puerto Rico, they are revising the regulation in place and the actual law via the local board, fishing board official, we call it the junta. And that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. And the meeting will also have virtual capabilities, so you will be able to join in the meeting via Zoom as you do right now. That's all.
This is Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, Don Miguel, since the VI has this Polaris key with a QR code, will Puerto Rico be able to read that, or do we have to walk with our backs card?
How's that again? You have the QR code, yes?
Yes. I have a QR code. So I wonder if Puerto Rico would read that, or do I have to walk with a backs card?
Okay, in the case of Puerto Rico, they are implementing, you're talking about the vaccine. So, isn't it? So you have to bring your certificate, the vaccine card. When Puerto Rico have the DI code, probably people can join in. It will be similar, according to the newspaper today, as the one that they are implementing in New York, New York City. But we will keep you abreast of the regulations. Probably by November, we may have something else. It all depends on the situation, according to the governor. So we will make sure that Diana will send you the latest for requirements to travel to Puerto Rico.
Sounds good.
Thank you for a great question, Carlos, and thank you all. Anybody else, one more time, need to speak or to ask something before I adjourn? Hearing none, the turn to speak from Robert Copeland.
Hey, yes, good evening. Sorry for the last minute question here. Just wanted to confirm that the dates for the next meeting are the 7th and the 8th of December.
Yes, they are.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. For your guys' awareness as well, like last year, those dates coincide with the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council as well. Was there any potential of moving these dates? If not, completely understand. Just wanted to put it out there that they coincide with the South Atlantic Council as well, which is another seat that I sit on.
Yeah, no, but we kind of move it. The contract is already in.
Okay,
We're
right,
gonna miss
understood.
you.
Just sorry.
No, we're gonna miss you, but we'll keep you abreast of anything that comes up. Make sure that the Coast Guard is well informed of anything that will happen
Yeah.
at the meeting. Also, if we need information from you, rest assured that I will convey any question to you, so you will have a chance to answer it.
Yes, please do, and I will brush up on anything that I need to, especially in regards to the Nassau grouper. I've written some notes down here on my end to see if I can do anything from Coast Guard standpoint or whatnot. But I'll make sure that I'm prepared for any questions that may come from the December meeting. But thank you very much for your time.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for your patience and a great participation. I'll see you guys in December 7 and 8 in Isla Verde, Puerto Rico, for the ones that are going to attend in person. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And for the record, it's